our final qualifying weekend of FNCS Major number 3. It's our third and final major where our Duos can qualify for the Global Championships in September in Dallas, Texas. But joining me now from their own respective corners of the United Kingdom are our analysts. It's Levin 2K and Mini Minor.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? I'm just going to, listen, I'm going to drop you guys in. I was slightly worried that you wouldn't make the broadcast because, Levin, you were just in a game of Reloaded. If you've opened up your Fortnite client recently, you'll be familiar with Fortnite Reloaded. What happened?
I was in a great game of Reload. I was stacked. I was feeling it. My squad was on point, and then everyone's like, "Levin, you gotta focus up. Broadcast starts in 30 seconds." I'm like, "All right, man. I guess I'll show up to my job, eh?"
This is the thing, Levin was suspiciously quiet. Minnie, were you playing with him as well?
Earlier on, yeah, we had a few games, myself, Levin, Takar, and Jacob. We're the God Squad here, Frankie, you can play next time, because there'll be a next time, I'm sure. Don't tell her.
Yeah, I never get an invite for some reason, boys. Just because I'm a zero builder, honestly. Let's talk about some returning faces, though, for qualifying number 2. Because last week, shockingly, we didn't get to see Queasy and Thomas, Levin.
I mean, yeah, big shock for a lot of people, right? Of course, when you look at the landscape of EU right now, Frankie, they're two of the biggest names in the region, right? And so, after a bit of an up and down season in Major 2, I think a lot of people expected them to come through Major 3 locked in the season before Globals and just really show what they can do. It's not quite been that because, again, in week 1, they didn't make it to round 4, but they are here this week. And I think there's one thing we know for certain with Queasy and Thomas Mini, and that is when they need to show up, they will.
Yeah, they do. And this is one of those teams that we can count on to qualify for the upper bracket. They still have a little bit to do today to qualify for those upper brackets, but I think that they will have no problems with that. They're landing at classy courts today. One of those teams that we saw last season playing a lot of Storm, playing a lot of Launchpad plays. So I'm interested to see whether they can continue to do that in today's competition. And also something else, that Queasy actually injured his finger whilst playing basketball yesterday going into the competition. So I hope that's healed well for him. It didn't seem to affect him yesterday because they managed to qualify for today, but something to keep your eyes on, maybe, just to see if he makes any strange plays, because he has an excuse.
Here's the thing, I want to make a joke about how none of our pros should be touching grass, but actually staying fit and healthy is really important for your success as a pro. But maybe we add basketball to the list of games that you guys out there are not allowed to play. Maybe just stick to things with the feet. There's some competition around football going on right now. Maybe watch that and get inspired as we talk about another returning duo, Seti and Cami, another duo already qualified for Dallas. But it was surprising not to see them here last week, Mini Minor. I missed them.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that you almost just expect to see in finals, expect to see in round 4s. But as you mentioned, last week, we didn't get to see them in. I think for this duo, it's all about the new sort of meta that's now evolved. Of course, the Nitro has been nerfed, so I think it's going to suit them a little bit more. I don't think they were a big fan of the way that Nitro worked previously. So I think for these guys, making those nice rotations, whenever I watch their games, they're always on that dead side. They always seem to be in the prime position, Levin. And I think the way that the old mobility meta worked with those Nitro Fizz, I don't think it really suited them. And I think this is the meta. This is the environment in which that they can shine.
Yeah, from watching their games, early on in the season, they played things out well. I think tactically, strategically, this is going to be a team that is in top form come grand finals. They have so many good ideas cooking. But yeah, this just wasn't the sort of meta that you would say plays into Cami and Seti's hands. A meta where, things can easily be taken out of your control isn't something that they typically acclimatize well to. So I think now we've seen some changes to the meta. These guys will be in much better shape.
We've also seen some changes to the lobby for this season, and it's been interesting to see which names have gone over to North America. But this weekend, we've got a duo that have come over from the Middle East to qualify, Levin. What can you tell us about QNDX and Phantom?
Yeah, QNDX and Phantom, big ups to them for making the switch over. Of course, it's not common that we see a team come from, what's considered usually as a smaller region to come to the big pond that is EU. But these guys have come through and they're trying to qualify here. They're obviously FNCS champions in their own rights over on Middle East side of things. And so, yeah, trying to get one of the many qualifier spots here in EU. There's more qualifier spots available. So I think in their minds, it's like, let's get some good practice, but let's also try and get one of the spots. It's been a bit of a rocky season for them, Mini, I think most people would say, but let's see what they can do here today and in terms of, solidifying themselves in the region.
Yeah, it's been a really rocky season for them. This is actually the first set lobby final that they've made in the entire season. They haven't made any Geocache Cup finals. Of course, they didn't appear in round number 4 last week. And I think today is going to be a little bit difficult for them. They're landing towards the south side of the map, that mini Dirty Docks area. They're actually being contested by Haijo and his duo. So what I've seen from them, off-spawn can be a little bit rocky. Of course, only 6 games for them today. And even when they make it to endgame, they struggle to get into that upper echelon of placements, into that top 5. So if they can solve those issues today, they should be on to some success. But I want to see how they do. I'm excited to watch this duo today.
I'm really excited to see how they do, so hopefully we'll get to keep a close eye on them as the lobby progresses. Right now, though, let's check in with our fabulous casters. No surprises, though, for guessing. It is, of course, Jacob PR to Carter.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, I just want to give everyone a quick reminder that all the players that are competing here today in the Qualifier 2 weekly finals have already made it to the semifinals. Jacob, they've guaranteed their spot in the lower bracket. However, it's a battle for the upper bracket right now, which puts players like Podosai and Snazy needing an 11th place finish today to make upper bracket. But there's a lot of duos that have already qualified to the upper bracket as they got back-to-back qualifications. Any names, Jacob? Any underdogs? Who are you thinking about?
I mean, I'm looking at one team that you might look at as an underdog, but with the Stars moving on over to NA, this is their chance to get that limelight. Akira, Yeezy, they have been performing phenomenally, which is to say they only have 1 FNCS finals combined between them two. They had a 9th place, they had a top 20 in round 3, and they're fighting for even more points. And if you look at where they're at on the series point leaderboard, 6th so far. And with nothing to lose today, I'm going to look at them to put it all to the test and really show the blueprint for that upper bracket spot they have a few weeks away.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure for some duos, but also other duos like Cammy and Seti. I think all they need is a top 35 kind of estimated to make it to that upper bracket. It's going to be about 603 points, the cutoff for the upper bracket in terms of series points. So it's kind of on the edge. We also had the update to Nitro damage to structures. They went from 300 to 90, so a lot less of that Nitro chaos on the low ground. A lot of big changes here for the last qualifier and the last chance for these players to qualify to the semifinals. But we still got more to break down, so let's head right back over to Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. I didn't notice it earlier, but I'm loving how Jacob is just edging himself taller and taller than Takata every week when we cut to them on the camera. It's so different to last year when Jake and Levin would walk onto set. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just getting nostalgic vibes right now. But we can't be nostalgic because we've got to talk about the changes that we have seen to the map, Levin, because these biomes always be changing by the developers. Gosh, I'm so on street.
No, look, let's jump into it. I mean, we've not really had much conversation on the broadcast, so far about like the different POIs and whatnot. I think one interesting conversation that always comes up every season is, like what are the strongest POIs, and people have their opinions. And I think it's important to highlight the fact that just because one POI is considered the strongest, it doesn't always mean that the FNCS winner will correlate to that POI. But I wanted to know, like, the fact of what do all the casters think are like the top 5 strongest POIs. So I went around, we asked everybody what are your top 5 POIs in order, and we have a combined list based off of what all the casters and the analysts and everyone a part of the broadcast has said. And so I'm interested to see what that list looks like now.
I love this because Levin even asked me as well, probably because he knew I'm efficient and I give him an answer. So Mini Miner, in reverse order then, take us through the top 5.
Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at what is going to be our 5th place POI. Nitro Drone is actually number 5 there, Levin. Okay.
Okay, let's look at number 4. I don't know if I put Nitro Drone in my top 5, but we'll get to it. Number 4, the Orchard Station split. So for the people that don't know, this is like what is considered the Cammy split. If you're in NA, people call it the Tasting in the Omzo split right now, right? But Orchard Station split, interesting 4 spot. What's 3? What's number 3? Let's take a look at number 3.
Let's take a look. Ooh,
Sandy Steps. Okay.
Changed up this season as well, of course. Was a little bit different. Snooty Steps before. Now let's have a look at number 2. Brutal Beachhead. Okay, interesting. Now let's look at number 1. I think it's pretty obvious what number 1's going to be. Yeah.
Number 1, Redline Rig. No surprises there. I can actually reveal, right? Every single person voted for Redline Rig as number 1. It was the unanimous winner across the FNCS. Yeah, even Frankie voted for it as number 1. I think it's understandable why, right? Obviously, that sort of the medallion you get from there, the machinist, right, with the HP. Of course, the AR as well is unbelievable, that mythic AR. it makes sense why Redline Rig's considered the number 1 spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, last week we had 2 teams contesting there, wasn't it? Swizzy and Vanyat versus Mustache and Malabuka. 2 teams that really wanted that loot, and for good reason, right? You have that medallion, that shield medallion. You have that amazing assault rifle as well that just seems to beam through players' HP. So I think Redline Rig is the deserved top spot here at our number 1.
Absolutely.
But
Of course,
Vanyat
we
and
have to
Swizzy are
talk about the fact that, one of those teams did move, right? Swizzy and Vanyat were contesting it, Mini, but now they've decided to go to Brutal Beachhead. It's funny because if you actually watch some of their games from like the previous rounds of FNCS this week, they are still landing Redline Rig. It's just here in round 4, they've decided not to contest it. And interestingly, I feel like number 2 spot for Brutal Beachhead is a bit too high. I don't know what you feel like, Mini Miner, but of course these guys have now decided to land it.
Yeah, it's a solid drop spot. I agree it's maybe slightly too high on that list, but I think when it comes down to it, that combat shotgun, that mythic combat shotgun is still so powerful. I was watching a lot of the games over the weekend. A lot of players are still carrying that combat shotgun and using it to their advantage. Swizzy and Vanyat now, of course, we didn't get to see them use that loot last week. Of course, we got to see them winning off spawn a little bit at Redline Rig. I think we got to see them get a win last week, but what I'm interested to see, can they keep that consistency? Now they're uncontested. When they did make it off spawn last week, their games weren't quite as consistent apart from that 1 win. So now it's a big test for these guys.
For me, the reason why I feel like Brutal's maybe a bit too high is because obviously with the changes we've had, right? Obviously at the start of the season, you would have put it a lot higher, right? Obviously the mythic gloves removed, right? We don't have those, so instantly loses that. The combat was really strong in a meta with fists in the game, right? Because when people are fisting through end games, like being able to pick them up with the combat shotgun was a lot easier than now with Nitro. It's a lot harder to hit people in those situations. And obviously the recent changes this weekend with obviously Nitro splashes and the Nitro effect not being as strong when it comes to structure damage. For me, Brutal's just lost a lot of its power. And then when you compare it to like a lot of those other southern spots, it doesn't have the best in terms of the cacti around compared to the others. It doesn't actually have the best ring rotations compared to the others. So for me, Brutal's probably just a bit lower nowadays. Another spot that I was a bit confused about in terms of being in that top 5, I didn't have it in my top 5, Nitro Drone. Again, if you'd asked at the start of the season, strongest POI in the game, that bow was unreal. Now, obviously, it doesn't have that. I feel like Nitro Drone is still a top spot, and I think people probably consider it one of the best spots because we've seen so many good teams land there. Of course, here in the EU, Teeny and Chap have made this spot look like an FNCS winning spot because that's what a good team will do. And I think when you look at Teeny and Chap, me saying this spot isn't a top 5 spot doesn't matter in the context of I still think these guys are the contenders to win, right? Like I still think these guys are probably the favorites to win FNCS in EU this season. I just feel like Nitro Drone probably isn't the best spot in the game right now, but Chap and Teeny have been phenomenal out of here, Mini.
Well, remember, Chapantini, as soon as the news got announced that they removed the bow, the mythic bow from competitive, Chapantini had a little bit of a panic. They thought, right, let's just go straight down to Brutal Beachhead. They had a little bit of a thought about that. I think they posted it on socials. They were like, right, we're changing up our drop spot. Now, though, they're back towards the Nitrodrome area. And although, as you mentioned, it's definitely not as good as it was, certainly not. It wasn't in my top 5 either. But I think it still offers a lot of value when it comes to the position on the map. Whenever we watch Chapantini play, they often like to go for that forecast tower towards the west side. They're always W keying that area. They can get loot pretty quickly, and although the loot isn't necessarily really quick there's a lot of quick metal that they can farm in that area as well. Combined with the cacti as well, they can just get so much metal, so much of that HP early on, and then straight on over W key that forecast tower. So a key element to their success is the location of that drop spot.
Now, boys, I just want to ask you, do you think we're expecting to see any exciting off-spawn fights this weekend? Because we've mentioned already Swizzy and Vanyat, they don't want to fight their mates Mustache and Malabuka at Redline Rig anymore. But I'm just wondering, do you think there's going to be interesting turf wars going on, Levin?
I think the most interesting one is obviously the one happening at that sort of Orchard Station split, right? Cammy and City versus Akira and Yeezy. Like, again, City and Cammy historically haven't been the best off-spawn team in the world, even though they did win the most important off-spawn fight of all time at Invitational a couple years ago. Still, right, I want to see how they do and how they fare against that team. Again, Akira, console player, everyone's been hyping him up and how good console players have been doing of late. So we'll see how that off-spawn fight goes today.
Minnie?
100%. I mean, for me, I'm looking at that as well. QNDX Phantom, I mentioned it earlier, going up against Haijo and his duo Kaito all the way down the south side of the map. That drop spot is going to be really difficult because not only are they contesting each other, they also have Mustache and Malabuka just to the north at Redline Rig. So if that fight decides to drag on, if they decide to take a little bit too long with that fight, they're just going to get cleaned up by the third party. Not only that, even the Brawlers Battleground team as well could be coming on over to that area. So that fight is going to be one that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on today because both of those teams need a solid performance today.
All right then, boys. The battle bus has been buffed. It's looking squeaky clean and ready to take to the sky. So let's head over to Takata and Jacob PR to get things started. Lemon, you're ready.
Thank you, Frankie. Battle Bus is squeaky clean, but it's still getting the engine started. So, Jacob, last opportunity for these players to make it in the upper bracket for the semifinals. Everybody is getting warmed up now, getting ready for the first match. It went so quickly, right? I mean, 2 qualifiers, 2 chances to make semifinals now in the weekly finals for the second qualifier. So, we'll have to see which players stand out. We were just talking about it, but the southern side of the map, as expected, is incredibly contested. A lot of duos going head to head, so I don't know, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's get right into the game because it's ready. It's starting now.
Head to heads, it's gonna be interesting, Jacob. Southern side, we were talking about it, it's gonna be tough to battle out some of the split drops, like we were kind of talking about, you know, the Orchard split. Is it the Camiseti split, the Taste and Yamzo split? It's kind of like that in between the triangle of the 3 POIs, which have the medallions on the southern side of the map. So seeing the 2 teams are contesting each other there, it's going to be quite 50-50, but we'll have to see kind of how it turns out.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how teams really adapt to the changes as well. I know they kind of hinted a little bit on the desk, talking about the Nitro changes, and it's huge. And this is one of the POI that feels it the most. And with Swizzy going down, that's a big opportunity to finish that second elimination. But he's at least going to trade it off, bring it down to a 1v1. Even though he was able to get the elimination, he still goes down and taken out of Brutal Beachhead early.
Swizzy Banyak out of game number 1 already. What a way to go down. Brutal Beachhead showing how quickly the tables can turn. Also a quick replay here. What happened around Classy Courts.
That was just an easy off-spawn fight from Onye. First shot, got him weak. Second shot, was able to get the down. Teammate cleaned that one up. And that gives them a lot of time to work with. But you got to go ahead and remember, last week when we were watching, majority of the games were won by contested teams this time around. And with the Nitros, the Storm Surge, and a lot of that affecting the game plan, I think it might change up just a little bit this week, especially with some teams already comfortable in the upper bracket, other teams still having to fight for that spot. And that spot means so much because you know as well as I do, once you get the upper bracket, you get those 5 chances, you win a game, you go to the grand finals. It's just a much easier road.
A lot more opportunity, and here it is. The duo now competing on EU. Phantom is left alone, though, as his duo partner has been fully finished. As it looks like now it's turned into a 1 versus 1. Haijo on the opposing end here. Both players cracked now. No shield to work with. Finish is going to come through. As patience is key here. 1 big shot. It's all Phantom needs to connect, as he should have the loot advantage from that finish. However, Haijo actually gonna be able to max out his shield here. Almost 200 effective HP and shield. As shots do come in from afar. Slight third party, increasing the risk of this fight.
It's a tricky fight too, because both of these guys at one point or another almost out of ammo, but Phantom getting aggressed on by Haijo. He has to be careful. Only 1 shot left. The rest is going to go down the Enforcer. That one's going to be used. Haijo dropped to just 19 HP. A dream that he's trying to keep alive, but Phantom, QNDX, all the way from Middle East. Even though they don't have an FNCS championship together, they do have FNCS titles and experience under the belt, and they're showing off big here early on in game 1.
I'm wondering who's taking shots at them. You can see it was props. They're actually close by. I was thinking if it's gonna turn into an aggressive third party, but it looks like just pop shots for Cami and Seti, though. Dropped quite low here. Do have their split contested. It's what we were just talking about while we were dropping in. But so far, it looks like they are gonna make it out of the situation. The issue is, will they be able to get enough loot, enough resources to make something happen here? But be careful, as Akira sneaking on up. They might even get some shots onto them.
Yeah, the team was kind of contesting them, splitting a lot of that loot, making it hard for anybody to really have a good, confident early game. but both Seb and Emil just trying to go in. They have a team that they have weak. They started it off early, and now they're trying to just finish it off before anybody else moves into the fray, but things come crashing down momentarily. That displaces a couple of those players, but that's not going to stop them from moving in. First knock's going to go through. Emil quickly turns around, tries to go back-to-back against Vision, and that's going to be a good opportunity. It's actually various props, excuse me, there, and they're just going on the chase. They know this is now a solo. They don't have to worry about that knock just yet, and they're just putting their numbers to use to swarm on him and not really give him a chance at survival.
Nice 2 eliminations picked up by Seb. It's been non-stop aggression here so far. I mean, you can see how many players are choosing to go to the southern map, even if it means they're going to be contested, because it's so powerful in terms of the natural mobility from those nitro rings, the cactuses to heal up that shield you might need. So many environmental factors to your benefit on this side of the map. As now Tidy almost getting cracked there, but he was able to land a shot.
Yeah, Lens is taking a lot of the pressure now. Shield's getting dropped off. Teammate needs to go there to alleviate some of that. They finally reunite, and the first knock on the Jew is going to be solidified. And now that they have that time, you see them backtracking, slowing things down, trying to heal up. But on the other side, that's Asa trying to finish the early damage and take advantage. He knows he's by himself, so he has to do what he can. But now he gets himself boxed up, almost gets trapped out, but he's quickly moving through a lot of these builds. And now he has to make that conscientious decision to disengage. He's allowed them too much time to heal up, and fighting that would have been a nightmare for him.
On the run, duo partner down. The chase has started. Will the mind games work? Do they know that Asa has stopped down below here, crouched in the corner? As you can see, they're thinking, where could he have went? I don't know if I like this play. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's not even like a little ridge that he can use, but it looks like it might have just worked.
A little bit of a ridge.
He's got
barely going out. But that heal, if they were just close enough, they would see it. All they have to do is backtrack, but they do have their eyes set forwards, possibly thinking he's hiding in some of those builds, as they're going to go ahead and position themselves here. And now they have to make a decision. You looked at their inventory. They literally have almost nothing, and that's why they're going to use this cactus to try to get their shields up, max it out, and then they're going to try to rotate, grab together whatever loot and scraps that they can find. But this is the story that I've been waiting for almost all day long. Chap and Teeny, the fight for the forecast tower, and they're increasingly more aggressive each week that we do get to watch them play.
Vidil is going to be the one that so far has claimed kind of the mountainside to see if they can get some shots onto Chapantini, but as the zone is already gonna come to a close here, Vidil is gonna be forced out of his position.
Only 15 teams qualified for round 4 in both qualifiers. Shows that in this season, this region, things have been kind of shaken up more and more and more, and that just kind of opens that window of opportunity. You know, you can practice for weeks and weeks and weeks, but if you don't show up on Qualifier 1 and then now here on Qualifier 2, it only matters so much. As we see in one of those Nitro rotates, unfortunately, Malibuka gets beamed right before he goes right through it, but that's not too much of a worry because look what they found. A couple more cactuses they can use, the medallion to trade off, getting back up to 200 effective shield and HP is going to be no worry for them.
Right, they can just trade the medallion back and forth, like you mentioned, to get that shield recuperated without having to use any of the consumables. What's interesting about this side of the map with those Nitro rings is, as it's being contested by so many duos and there's so many kind of fights going on, the third parties are even more risky here, as when you see duos kind of taking shots at each other and going in those engagements, you can get to them pretty quickly. So you do have to try and finish them as quickly as possible so you don't get hunted down by these other duos in the area. But as for Nine and Della here, have set up kind of their surge base for the players that are going to be rotating back up north. This should open up quite a few opportunities to get that damage without putting them at too much risk.
I feel like that's the thing this season, especially with the nerf to the Nitros, to where if you're down on Surge, you can no longer just break into a box, land a couple of shots, and then try to get out. It's kind of back to that old style of Fortnite where these Surge bases, being proactive and planning 2, 3, sometimes even 4 steps ahead to figure out where you're not only going to get that loot, but the Surge, because it really kind of dictates your game plan, how you get to play. And you're seeing teams wait so far back in the bunkers to try to replenish some of those heals to make staggering themselves missing out on Surge, a worthwhile game plan. But now we're going to see what happens when two teams box up next to each other and have that same exact game plan fighting for the bunker.
Strokey on the aggressor side here. Sky Scroll getting lower and lower, forced to pop a med kit, but now the issue is if they start getting their walls replaced here, they're gonna have to make a peek, gonna have to make something happen, as they can't just let the clock tick. Strokey unable to connect his shots, lot of materials being used, no hard hits connected yet.
Yeah, but the tables have definitely turned. They need to drop down and get to that bunker. I would say no heals on a fast Roki. Time is definitely ticking. Sky and Scroll, they try to time it perfectly so they get the most use out of their own med kits, but because of what you were saying, they got aggressed onto, almost getting their piece of control. They were forced to cancel them out just a little bit early. Scroll starting the fight, drops down, trying to contest that bunker, doesn't want to let it go for free, but everybody here, how far they are away from the actual zone, puts them on the clock, and it forces teams to disengage everything that they just fight for out of the window, because they now know they can no longer stay in the zone and contest this because it'll risk everything.
Yeah, good job by, I believe it was Sky who was able to get inside the bunker first. Raban and Strokey realized, okay, they're already in the bunker. We could fight for it, but zone's too far. We're going to lose too much HP. Not enough heals. It's just not worth it at this point. So we'll see what they end up doing. Once they make it into the zone, will they try and hold them off? Will they just get a zone position? I think they were able to do a bit of damage at least with the back and forth, so not too bad of a start either way. Podosai Snazy, we talked about it earlier. They need to get 11th today if they want to qualify to the upper bracket of the semifinals and give them more opportunities to make it to the grand finals. So we'll need to see quite a good performance from this duo today, as Pablo is going to try and stop that.
Hey, the implications of Podosai and Snazy squeaking in with 11th place, though, because not only will they get their upper bracket, they're going to build some confidence. They have a couple weeks break to go ahead and try to figure out their game plan for the semifinals. So this could be a kind of trickle-down effect for Podosai and Snazy, but I might be just a little too ahead of myself. Tony, Pablo, they beam them down, getting them to waste a lot more builds, some of those materials and resources that they've been using, but not too much of a worry. I do believe they might be positioned nearby one of those cactuses, so free heals if they can continue to reach it, replenish it, and probably use it to its full effect.
A lot of duos, actually. You can see the mini-map bottom right. 4 different teams, it seems, now.
Oof, no.
Getting closer and closer as Snazy gets cracked by Akira and Easy. But it looks like it's too risky to get aggressive here. Some more just do the damage. We'll see where zone does pull, how far, or even how close.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, too, because now that they've used the cactus down below, they got covered up by the storm. Now it's not going to get replenished, so they can no longer use it, and that's why you're seeing a couple teams making a far rotation out. If you see in your minimap those yellow arrows at the bottom left, that's going to be Podosai and Snazy, and they're just kind of getting forced to change directions because all those teams overtook them on that next rotation. That's Riss. We saw him not too long ago by himself, a solo. Good to know that eye drop is now back into the game. And even if the zone is so far, you do have those nitro rings. It is a 1 tick, so they have a lot of time. As long as they can find heals just like this, even bandages will work.
Didn't even see. Riss led all players with 65 eliminations in round 3. We know round 3s are played quite a bit differently than a round 4 format, which is only 50 duos and 100 total players in set lobbies, instead of various set lobbies being played out at the same time. However, you know, it's still a bit of a confidence booster. You talk about that curse, where if you do good in the qualification rounds for these final set lobbies, then you might not do as good in the final rounds, but it's all just a mental game. Tidy now from quite a good start with 3 eliminations to put into a 1 versus 2 with his teammate on the floor right now. This is not the position you want to be in, Jacob.
Nah, especially since he's missing shields already. Luckily, that one wasn't a monster of a shot. It was almost a bare minimum. Nice backtracking, playing defensive, getting both of them weak, but now he's dropped to just 8 HP, still trying to survive. At least he has Storm Surge going for him. 15 damage, 1,500 damage above the threshold. A chance to drop down, heal up as much as possible. The lens is still going down slowly but surely. And eventually it's going to come down to a 1v1. He's still fighting for every single second here in this game. And I would say luckily they are on the edge of zone, so they do have time before zone comes in. But with his teammate going down, he's officially been left by himself with a team on the chase. Whether it's nerfed or not, the Nitro Splash is going to make it easy for them to block off some paths and make him regret that decision before he finally goes down.
You can see as well, when you try and break a structure with Nitro activated, if you're unable to break it, you kind of like bounce back a little bit. So you lose some of that momentum while you're hunting down your players, but it still opens up opportunity if you want to do a wall replace or kind of whatever strategy you might have in mind. It is 90 structure damage now, so it is possible to break through quite a lot of builds, but you got to be quick with it. And for chasing people down, it still works out quite well. Now back over to Mount Olympus. A lot of duos deciding to base up here, reform some of the materials as they wait for next zone to pull.
Yeah, and just going throughout this week, I know they missed last week in that top 50. This week, it's kind of the same Seti and Cammy that we know. You know, they kind of have a slow start to some of these majors, a slow start to a lot of these games. Throughout these first 3 rounds so far, they only have 32 eliminations, so it's back to the basics. Play for placements, know those opportunities will present themselves, but from a team that doesn't get eliminations, that we just saw some of the most eliminations, and Aris now once again left by himself with eye drop going down, and this is a tough spot. There's a few teams all in the mix and a couple more trying to rotate on over, and F9 and Della finally take him out. And as good as Aris has been doing so far in this qualifier, game 1 is not going to be his game.
Yeah, first place in the previous round to make it here today. But when you go down so early game 1 and now you kind of just sit in the lobby and have a good 20-25 minutes to think about what went wrong, you can hope the mental stays strong going into the next match. For Della now trying to fully clean this situation up as there's still one player on his toes here. You can see in the surrounding area, though, they aren't the only ones interested in this fight as shots keep coming through. No big ones being connected here as they do want to finish this off quickly. 40 white, and now his duo partner Della was able to clean it up. 3 elims on the board, 759 above. Good position to be in.
Yeah, you can kind of see how it all started. His teammates down there in the box. Fanayan, they get a knock on a whole nother team, which is eye drops. And he's hoping at that point. He's praying like, hey, maybe they don't know I'm here as a solo, but they started the fight. They're going to finish the fight. They find every single point there in that altercation and get out before the third parties come in. 357 above as we tune into Queasy and Thomas in a tough spot. Even though there's only one team, CZB and Nathan directly on him, there's other players. You see towards the north, they're moving in that direction. They're trying to third party. And CZB is actually by himself. For Queasy and Thomas, they feel like this should be an easy elimination, a quick cleanup, points and a refresh that they're trying to be after. And it's crucial for them to bide their time because CZB on the other side, 140 below the threshold. Eventually, he's going to have to push right into Queasy and Thomas and try to get that damage.
We missed out on them last week in the qualifiers, but they're back in business now as we expect from a duo of this caliber to see in these weekly finals. CZB now, as Storm Surge is thinking, goes on the run here. Thomas and Queasy, 350, 337 above the Storm Surge threshold now. So we'll see if they can connect a few more shots, but nothing worth going into zone here and chasing.
Yeah, and just looking at, CZB and Nathan, they've been so good, in these open style rounds. It's when you get to the final lobbies that they kind of find a little bit of trouble. That just comes with a lack of experience. Every single time, every single chance that they get, you see them progressively getting better as Nathan just tries to make a bull rush into the box. Down on Surge, we saw that. We know why they were going to go into that box, but when you leave yourself with no other choice but to do just that, you kind of have to figure out why you put yourself in that position and fix it before the next game.
All about adapting, all about fixing mistakes. If you're adapting to the change in Nitro, adapting to the change in who you're being contested by, or even who's blocking off your rotates, that's what Fortnite competitive is about. But these players are experienced. They know the most effective way to do so. So we switch back over to Teeny and Chap, who are on the hunt. We know how much this duo loves to play aggressively. And it looks like they just might be adding one more elimination to their arsenal. But as Teeny has been cracked and is forced to pop a medkit now in terms of shields, I don't see any in Chap's inventory. Flowberry Fizz for Teeny though, so he can kind of recuperate a bit of that there. However, they're going to need a refresh, not on materials, but almost just for loot here.
Yeah, the inventory looking a little shy right here. Enforcer and the DMR, typically it's only 2 weapons, the rest utility, but they've been just going one fight to the next. And keep in mind, early on in the game, we did see them grab that forecast tower, so take note of their rotations and how quick they're being a lot of teams in the punch because of it. As Fast Stroke and Robon, we saw them disengage off of the bunker. And rightfully so. Their loot may not be the best loot here in the lobby, but it's good enough to where you don't have to risk it all for a bunker fight deep into zone.
Yeah, you can see the zone has pulled northeast as well. There's a lot of duos already in zone, but for duos like Fastroke and Raban, they've picked up that elimination, and now they've got to kind of strategize their rotate, as there's going to be a lot of duos looking back at them. I'm trying to remember exactly kind of how much natural environmental cover they have on their way. As you can see, there is kind of a lot of eyes that are onto them, as they're going to be the last ones rotating in.
Almost a blessing and a curse. Some of the rotation will be smooth sailing, but as soon as those other teams make it to the zone, that's where it is going to get rough. From one side for the other, Akira and Easy, they take down the gentleman and inch themselves one step closer to being one of the elite teams here in the lobby. You can see what they were fighting for early on in the game, finally rotating away from the bunker. But just like Robon on the other side, along with Fast Strokey, some of this rotation will be smooth. Once they make it to the edge of zone, they're really going to have to figure out where they're actually going to position. Above teams, below some teams. Are they going to go a little bit deeper, or just kind of sit on the edge and hope for the best?
Yeah, you can see them rotating in. Akira does have an FNCS Finals appearance, but his duo does not. So if they're able to make it, would be his first FNCS Grand Finals. As now, Flowberry Fizzes are going to be put to good use here, but being 4 below doesn't put too much pressure on your shoulder, hopefully, but it is going to stress you out a little bit. Good news is, a lot of players rotating in late should open up some chances to connect a few shots. Unfortunately, though, a lot of the duos have already based up here.
He's just trying to focus anybody that he can. You see him kind of switching up targets, but he's not really finding those successful opportunities. Still 38 below, even though it's not much, it's still doing damage all the same. A few ticks already gone. Nate almost out of shields. They're trying to pop the Flowberry Fizz and sneak some shots in, but it's Emil out of nowhere above. They get a good shot, and they continuously fall below. This one is going to be so close to Kata. They gotta hope that a couple more players quickly drop off the map so that Storm Surge will deactivate.
Heals being switched up, medkits being popped, 75 below as now the shots connect through. Both players gonna go down. As now a quick refresh for the solo. 3 elims on the board, total of 5. But the rotate has to come through. Full materials, solid loadout, good amount of damage now. As you can see, the players trying to claim good positioning, just like Murstache and Malabuka as he's connecting. Massive shots, but the battle now to claim the elevated location on this west side of the 8th zone is going to play out.
Man, they're playing their cards almost perfectly. You see, they're not going ultimate low ground just yet. They're going to try to get themselves on the edge, wait for the next zone, and then figure out their rotation from there. You know as well as I do, this season, a little bit more than most, once you're on that ultimate low, down in the mud, it's like quicksand. The longer you're there, the more you'll continue to sink, especially with so many duos all running around. And that's why you're seeing even teams like Reason and Vidil position themselves above the rest. Even with 5 eliminations, they're still looking for opportunities. You see right out the window, just a little bit of brick, but that little bit of brick could be the difference maker for them.
Teeny secured an elimination. Both players now in the clouds as well. Looks like they're going to try and hold on strong this position here. Good amount of ammunition as well to take shots on these rotating players, and his zone is almost pulled back now. It's going to conserve them quite a few materials on this rotate. I'm curious to see, yeah, even though they have 2 eliminations, I didn't think they were too healthy in terms of damage. 29 above only. But luckily enough, when you're on height, when you have a good amount of ammo, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. You just want to focus on maintaining that position and not letting anybody catch you off guard. For Vidil and Reason, though, they are going to be trying to stay ahead.
Yeah, they waterfall themselves down. They know they're light on materials. Maintaining a high elevated position will get tougher and tougher, especially without the lack of resource to hold on. But top 17 situation, a good amount of points so far, but not even half just yet. So players still need to hold on here in this game to try to scrounge together more and really start off the day hot here in game number 1. Eliminations going haywire, and reason for the deal, they're just trying to recycle. They're trying to sneak up on a team. They have the game plan in mind. They're just trying to figure out which team and player they're going to execute it on.
Nitro gets popped now. Gonna start their rotate on the edge of zone here as Merstash Malabuka continuing with safety here. No aggressive plays towards height yet, but they have their eyes on it. They're waiting for that right opportunity to strike. You can see multiple layers up top, trying to find the most effective way to chop it down as it comes through. Chap connecting though. Teeny continue to take shots at Merstash and Malabuka. They get chopped again though, as they're forced to walk on ahead. And no full-on aggression yet successfully for the high ground, but Malabuka might be able to make something happen here. But as the shots come through, Chap almost gets knocked down. 30 HP left on the board, no shield. One more shot connected by Merstash, and it looks like Malabuka and Merstash have just retaken high ground.
The typical 10th zone retake on the high ground. Malabuka and Merstash, they were fine hiding on that middle layer. They were the meat in the middle of that sandwich, but enough is enough. They looked above, and it was persistence. Not once, but twice. They chopped down the high ground and eventually taking them down. The 2 eliminations they had were some of the most important eliminations of the game, but here might be 2 more. Stroll goes up. Nice knock on the Merstash. Now Malabuka's by himself and meets the same fate. Sky and Scroll, 11th zone. They overtake high ground, and now they have a chance to win.
It's not done yet. In the blink of an eye, 6 eliminations for Scroll. Sky helping him out with another one for 7. And just like that, they've claimed the clouds. The king of the sky getting dropped down. And Scroll is going to connect in time. It's actually looking like Cammy and Seti now that are the ones wanting to play a bit aggressive up top. But as the zone gets smaller and smaller, so does the risk for that high ground retake, and now the med kits are going to be the play.
Yeah, we got a double stagger. Usually it's a solo trying to save as much of the heals as possible. Now we have Seti and Cammy doing it together. They're trying to not only get the placement points of teams that are dropping by, but a good flank and a good opportunity to get a couple more eliminations. Now's the chance. Seti's making the move. He gets the first drop. Frozzy, he gets separated. He's struggling to get back up the mountain, runs out of builds, and runs into Seti, who takes him down, but it's going to be a trade. Now Cammy's left by himself.
Saren popping a medkit now. Another one in the inventory as well. Can play a decent heal off here. Sky and Scroll continuing with the pressure from above. Cammy left as a solo now in the mix of the aggression here. Gonna go for a right-hand peek. Nice knock. 1 player left now, but he gets taken out from the back. Sky Scroll still up above as Saren has popped both medkits. 50 HP now. And it looks like he's going to have to drop down for the 1v1 or take the 1v2 above.
Hey, I would drop down maybe a couple more elims with Sky and Scroll. They're looking like they've had enough of staying up top. They're ready to drop down, finish this game, and try to gather the 2 eliminations. That's crucial points. Well, there goes 1. We can count it up. Well, there goes 2. We can check that one off the list as Sky and Scroll steal that game away.
They said, we're not letting these solos fight it out. We want those eliminations. They were playing a bit passive there in the last moments, but then in the blink of an eye, they said, you know what are we doing? We want a bit more points. We want a bit more eliminations. Both of us are healthy as they drop down, secure those elims, and take home game number 1.
Yeah, it was in the 10th zone. Malabuka Merstash, they took high ground. I thought it was solidified, but out of nowhere, Sky and Scroll, they were probably watching that all go down. They probably wanted high ground themselves, but when they saw Malabuka Merstash go up, they say, yeah, this is our chance. Send them up. We'll take them down shortly after and steal the game away. Sky and Scroll, you got to give them a huge round of applause for that one. And that, Takata, is how you set the tone on Qualifier 2.
It's a solid way to start for this duo. I mean, Chap and Teeny were the initial high ground duo. They held it from first moving zone. Merstash, Malabuka were kind of like, should we take it? They're keeping an eye on it. They eventually played for it, but just like that, Sky Scroll finished it off at the perfect moment and closed out game number 1. We're gonna head to a quick break, but when we're back, we'll be at the desk to break it all down.
welcome back to FNCS. And if you just joined us, you missed a fantastic game one, but we're just getting started. 6 more games to go. 5 more games to go, I should say. I can't do maths clearly. But Mini Miner, this lobby is on fire at the moment. And I mean, what a performance from Sky and Scroll.
Yeah, really nice performance from Sky and Scroll, a duo that I was looking at going into last season's grand finals as a potential underdog duo, and they performed very well, 13th then. Of course, now they're looking to make their grand finals for this season as well, and it's nice to see them picking up where they left off. I don't think we saw them last week in the finals, so to see them really take this first game by the scruff of his neck and really just try and go for height when Mustache and Malabuka were a little bit scuffed up there is really, really nice to see, and to pair it with high amount of eliminations as well, Evan, is really, really nice.
Yeah, a lot of people right now in EU are sort of wondering, like, who, where's the talent at? Who are the top people we need to be paying attention to? Sky and Scroll, an example of 2 players who you need to have your eyes on them. They've been on the rise the past couple seasons. And I don't think we've ever mentioned on the broadcast, I know some people in the community know this already, but for the people who don't know, Scroll's name is actually Scroll because he does just that. He doesn't have any build binds, doesn't have any weapon binds. He scrolls for every single bind on his mouse, which, if you don't understand, that is just ridiculous and crazy. And the fact that he can be a top Fortnite player while playing like that, optimal binds in the mud. Who needs optimal binds when you can scroll through everything? I mean, what a player he is. These guys are really exciting. You should definitely keep your eyes on them.
I mean, it's really exciting to see them taking down the likes of Mustache and Malabuka, because Mustache and Malabuka, they did make it to the lobby last week. I think they were actually our #1 at the end of the day. They had such a great performance, and I love the fact that we're getting to see them preparing so well and just continuing what they started last week, Levin.
I will correct you in that Marine and Cade. Well, #1, let's put some respect on Marine and Cade,
our
actually.
Welsh friend Cade, yes.
Yeah, we've got to put some respect on him. But Mustache and Malabuka were some of the top dogs in that lobby, and understandably, when you give Mustache this Mythic AR, he's going to cause problems. I mean, absolutely bossing Teeny and Chap off of height, which not many people can do nowadays, but then they got bossed off of height. So, the cycle continues here. I think, I wouldn't be too concerned with how this game played out for them. Malabuka and Mustache, we don't typically see them on height a bunch. Obviously, they won a game from there last weekend, which was interesting, but for the most part, these guys, do a lot of their best work on mid and low, but it was still good to see them sort of getting in the mix here this game.
Yeah, really not concerned about this duo at all. I mean, last week we spoke about it. Who would you rather coming out of Redline Rig, Mustache Malabuka, Swizzy Vanyak? I know we both had differing opinions, Levin, but we can both agree on the fact that when Mustache and Malabuka can have that coin, can have that assault rifle every single game, and can make it to end games every single game, they are going to be on fire. And it's nice to see them trying to play for height a little bit there as well. It's nice to see them adapting slightly to what we've seen from them, particularly last week as well. We really didn't see them make too many bold, risky plays like we used to see them do.
Let's take a look at the standings after game #1. Just a quick little fact for everyone. All of our duos who are playing this weekend, they are definitely qualified for at least the lower bracket. But we're looking at a leaderboard benchmark that everyone's trying to hit of 603 points. Obviously, the points you're seeing there for just game #1 alone. So whoever made it last week, they've obviously got some points already on the season leaderboard. Mini Miner. Just looking there at the duos, obviously fantastic to see Seti and Cami up there, and it was brilliant also to see both of them making it to the final zone before Cami got soloed. Mini Miner.
Yeah, it was nice to see from this duo. I mean, we expect to see them getting into good positions in endgame. We expect to see them getting together in endgame. And what we expect to see is them carrying these medkits into endgame as well. Of course, going into the storm here, we saw Cami playing these medkits a little bit earlier, and we've seen that through a lot of teams so far this season, where instead of getting involved with all the mess inside of that final moving zone, players just opting to sit back, play those medkits in a more traditionally early sense that a lot of people would say. It's like, why is he playing that so early? But it just allows him to avoid all of that mess when all the players have no materials. People are nitroing around. Of course, it's less effective now, but it still means that they can maximize and squeeze out as much of the placement points as they can.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Cami and City do now with how the meta's changed. We sort of alluded to it at the start of the day, but, near the start of the season, I remember I had the pleasure of getting a chance to watch one of their cash cups up close. Like, I was in call with them watching it, and I have to say, they played almost perfectly, right? But they didn't really get the reward for it, right? There'd be a lot of games where they play everything perfectly, but they get a 10th place, 11th place. So there was so many things that would just come into play that were just out of their control, with the fierce and the nitro splashing and whatnot. But now that they don't have to worry about that stuff as much, it's like these guys are going to do what they do. They're going to consistently get top 5s for you. And it might be boring, might not be pretty on the eye, but they will get the results.
I'm really confused though by what happened in that game for Queasy and Thomas, because when we saw them initially contending with Storm Surge, Levin, they prepped so well. They looked really good for it, and then Thomas gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these things happen. I think with Queasy and Thomas, where we've seen again over the past couple of seasons, the last two in particular, right? Like, they just haven't always had like the best set in Storm strats when it comes to Storm Surge, right, throughout the mid game. Again, am I panicking yet? I think we've probably all learned our lessons not to panic too much, right? When we get to grand finals, if this is still an issue, then sure. But for the most part, man, if you count these guys out, they will painfully prove you wrong. So I'm holding my cards close to my chest there.
I would never ever count Queasy and Thomas out because I would get disowned by
like
the
you're doing it,
community,
to
and
be honest.
I'd
A little
probably
bit.
disown myself,
yeah.
to be quite honest with you. So before I talk myself into a hole, let's get ready for game number 2 with Takata and Jacob PR.
We are ready. We're born ready here for game number 2, Takata. And this is it. Game 1 is already done and over with. There's 5 games left. And even though there's the semifinals, there's the grand finals, I already said it, hundreds of thousands of people have started in this FNCS. After today, only 255 teams will remain.
Not a lot of teams, not a lot of names, but as Frankie was saying earlier, let's see if some of the big dogs can make something happen here in game 2. I'm surprised how much action we kind of saw for that high ground. Constant retakes, more than we've seen in the previous qualifiers, so it's also exciting to see kind of how the low ground has shifted with those changes to Nitro. Not as much chaos down below when all those players are kind of battling out, as when you do run out of materials, it tends to get a little stacked up there, but the battle bus is stacked up and ready to fly on into the map. So let's head over to game number 2.
This is already the second go around of the battle bus dropping into the island. Everybody has their drop spots already figured out. And the interesting thing about today is we saw in game 1, Swizzy and Vaniac were contested. When everybody was on social media picking their drop spots, putting their flag on their stand, Swizzy and Vaniac were uncontested. So already things have switched and shaken up before the tournament has even started. And let's see if Swizzy and Vaniac can get their revenge. They've already been taken down once, and it was very, very early on. Let's see if they can defend Brutal Beachhead now.
It's basically a 50-50 up here to see who can pick up those initial weapons, and it looks like Swizzy Vaniac are not going to be the ones landing first, as now the battle continues. It's going to last a bit longer than last match, but aggression is what we're going to see here, as the slurp barrels are going to be put to good use. Shield close to maxed out. It's going to be a tough one.
It is just a little bit more prolonged, especially if you consider Brutal Beachhead is this big warship, this boat, and there's so many nooks, crannies, corners, doorways, places to just hide. So if you kind of get lost, you get lost of track of time, where your duo is at, where the enemy team could be at, it's an easy way to kind of get caught off guard. So both of these teams, I feel like there's going to be a lot of looting, a lot of materials, and kind of wait for the last second to try to get that medallion. But QNDX and Phantom yet again starting off their contested drop with a big win.
A lot quicker this time. Repetition from last game. QNDX Phantom being the winners of this early game fight, and it happened so quickly that they don't even have any troubles from the third parties and the surrounding areas. So now they should have a lot more time to kind of finish up their loot path and continue on with their rotation. I'm not sure exactly where they finished in the last match, but hopefully with a quicker start here, they should have a lot more freedom on playing it out.
Yeah, switching regions is easy, especially going to one of the best regions. As the eliminations again just starting off very, very quickly. Nitro Drum contested. Chap and Teeny, they're just ready to just take over, dominate anybody who drops here, and then move on over to the Forecast Tower, because we saw it last week. That is one of the main parts of their plan that they go after the drop.
What a size Snazy. 12 points on the board, aiming for an 11th place. We all know how beneficial it can be to qualify to the upper bracket of the semifinals. You get way more opportunities to make it directly to the grand finals. But 11th place is not going to be easy. QNDX Phantom, we just talked about it, actually finished 36th in the last game. So we'll see how the kind of changes now that they do have a bit more time to play it out. Podosai Snazy, though, the aggressors now saying, we don't want to waste no time here. Forcing their opponents into the building now. Playing corners, playing shots, trying to see if they can get an opening.
You said it. We all know it. Around 11th place, Podesai and Snazy. That's what they need for that upper bracket berth. And they're a team, we've seen them so much over the years, progressively getting better. The Global Championship, they had a whole section, a whole crowd of French members just kind of rooting for them left, right, and center. And I think having that fuel, having that confidence kind of helps you a bunch. As Snazy grabs another angle, shield's gone just like that. You can see his duo trying to alleviate some of that pressure. Snazy quickly reacting once again, not wanting to get caught off guard, but this is where it kind of gets a little sticky because you see him 4 medium bullets left in his arsenal. So if he wants to continue this long-range battle and not bring it down to a box fight, he's going to have to figure out where to get that ammo from, whether he's disengaged, looting up, or just sticking to the close-range box fights that we know and love in Fortnite.
Yeah, you know, if you look at the mini-map at the bottom right, there's not too many players in the surrounding area, not any players at all, basically. So they have a lot of time here to kind of play this out without having to worry about a third party. But what they are giving up are those potential materials, the loot they get from rotations. However, this is an important engagement to win, so it might take a little longer, but the Podesai and Snazy are able to secure 2 elims here. It could be quite massive as the EMP comes through, taking out a bit of shield. And right now, the engagement is going to be fully coming to a close. Podesai connecting nice shots, but his duo partner has gone down. It's a 1 versus 1 now. HP and shield advantage for Podesai as the full box comes through and the last shot connected to pick up those 2 eliminations. Snazy got knocked down quite quickly there. It made me a bit scared, but it looks like they have cleaned it up in the end.
Yeah, that was a good job by Snazy, though. He crashed in from this side. He was the one that caused all that distraction. It was a huge sacrifice that I think worked out for them. Now they get the time to kind of get the resources, everything that they need, but a lot of action going down as so many different POIs. Reckless Railways, even though we saw those 2 teams initially fighting there in the replay, I saw on the minimap a 3rd team, and then you see another 4th team, and this is where it happens in these rotations. As it goes towards the center, moves towards the west, teams are going to have to figure out, do you just white line, or do you try to make that slow rotation towards the outskirts?
Forecast tower battle. Chaptini once again. But it looks like it's Sky and Scroll who are going to be the ones on the other end, coming from their back-to-back victory royales, one being from round 3, the first match of these qualifier finals. But you got to be careful when you're going against a duo as strong as Chap and Teeny. You can't make a single mistake. But Chap has been knocked down. Sky is going to be the one that got the elimination as Teeny gets cracked now, just 1 shot away to be sent back to the lobby. And Sky and Scroll now going to be happy with the way they just started off their 2nd match.
Yeah, that's a big win. It helps them in terms of Storm Surge. Now they're going to get the Forecast Tower. And since they've already pulled zone, there is a mountain right by that Forecast Tower with a launch pad. You can box up on that one, get some elevation if you do need Storm Surge after a fight just like this. They just seemed like they were in full control almost every step of the way. It didn't matter if shots were coming into the third party. And Sky and Scroll, they ended round 3 with a win. They started round 4 with a win. And now they're playing game 2 already with a big battle for the Forecast Tower.
Yeah, this is huge for this duo. We can hope that they keep this momentum going forwards as we switch on over to Ju here alongside Asa, as it looks like they've secured 2 elims, but they're pursuing a solo. So I'm curious to see kind of how this situation came to be, but I'm sure they know that there's another duo now kind of wanting to join the party. Said, where's my invite? Well, they don't need one. As now the question is, are they going to wait it out to see if any shields get cracked? There's kind of like an opening to get closer, but for 9 on the other end, kind of saying, you know, that third party could turn into a 4th party, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, and you kind of see the mini-map. Yeah, you spotted out for 9. You know he's kind of at the entrance to that bridge. Over towards your still real bottom left. That's his teammate, and that's why he has to be very, very careful. He enters this fight with Ju. He has to go in. It's all or nothing. His teammate just went down, and there is a huge save right there, but another team's moving in. That was the one you were talking about. They got the green light. They heard the fight. They see the elimination feed, and this is their chance to go, and they're doing some great damage trying to follow up, and the third-party shots are coming in, making it harder and harder for anybody in this situation to try to survive. And with those builds, the Nitro Ring, a little bit of misstep, is exactly what Ju needs to try to survive.
Look at the surroundings, though. All eyes are on these duos that are fighting right now, so they're gonna want to clean this up quickly, and luckily enough, it's exactly what they end up doing. Ju sent back to the lobby. Now, quick refresh, gonna heal up, and it looks like they might just have a bit of time to breathe here. Nobody seems to be aggressing towards them, so as they loot up and continue with their match, we'll head on over here to Reason and Vidil, as it seems that they have got one Elim, but I don't think they're gonna chase the duo, well, the last player standing at least.
And not just yet. Kind of waiting to rotate on over, figure out where the zone goes, and kind of see they have sandy steps in mind as they start to rotate over. That hill that I was talking about with the launch pad right next to the forecast tower, that is where they were positioned to get a nice shot on Reason, slow him down, force out the big pots because it was a headshot. And now they were already rotating to grab a couple more resources, materials. Now they need to look for even more.
I was gonna say, was that Raban that hit him? Nice shot connected with the headshot. It's a good position when you have players rotating around you. However, the only players are the ones that Raban connected on, so not gonna have a lot more opportunities, at least anytime soon, to get that damage. They haven't got any eliminations either. You can see them kind of marking around. Should we switch mountains? What's the game plan here? They do have a launch pad, which is why they based up on there, as it's gonna be an easy rotate when the time comes for it.
Look, there's that Blurfire and various beads just kind of rotating from Rebels Roost, Cringe, and Volko, rotating upwards. And there's two different bunkers on this side of the map, and both of these teams are kind of positioned between them both. And it looks like they're kind of just settling for Storm Surge, but they do have the option when the zone closes in, they can stagger back, try to find more. And for Cringe and Volko, they're just stuck. It's almost like a bowl that they're surrounded by, all these mountains, all these players that are positioned there with elevation, and that's why you see them kind of getting tagged up. It's a risk that they're willing to take to try to get whatever scraps that they can find that is left behind over there.
Saren and Dimas now almost isolated from the rest of the pack here. They have had quite an efficient rotate, making a use of holding on to those underworld dashes for later on in the match, which you do get from that river of sticks. However, now they have capped materials. They have a good amount of ammunition, a good loadout, so it's kind of figuring out where they're going to get their damage. They had no eliminations, and there's already a lot of duos that have built their surge bases, which is what Thomas HD is in right now. Kind of gives him that vision of the surrounding area and all the players rotating either towards zone or towards the surge location that they want to be at. So hopefully it's going to grant him those chances to get those shots and damage done. But so far, nothing incredibly risky happening yet.
And they don't need to make any big risks. Queasy and Thomas, they need about a 45th placing today, give or take, which is the bare minimum. Other players not having that same comfortability, though. You can see trapped between a rock and a hard place. Two different players, even third party coming in, with more players having to rotate from the east into this position. So it's almost in their best interest to either disengage or finish this fight as quickly as possible, because the chances of it getting messier and messier are just only going to increase. And that's why you see them now aggressing from two different angles. Shots coming in. That's where they know they have to watch their back. Time is ticking before that safety net of being isolated one point or another is gone, and they continuously are trying to move forward. They're not necessarily going for two different angles, and it's costing them a lot because now both of them are getting damaged back down, and it's going to be even tougher for them because now they have to make the decision: do I waste the resources? Do I waste my materials to try to keep going for this elimination, or do I just hold my spot, wait a couple of seconds for the zone to move in, and then try to rotate to the next one?
I mean, this is a tough position to be in because you have 3 medkits, so you could tank Storm to try and get the reboot. But at that point, how are you going to get back? How are you even going to escape this? And just like that, the dream is going to come to an end for the second match. SNK and its duo partner will be the ones that secure that solo Elim. For Volko, though, and Cringe, I don't think they want to let Fast Strokey get out of here.
Tell what happened. They tried it. Now they're separated. They went from the top of the mountain trying to take over Rift Island. I can only imagine Cringe and Volko were there waiting, beamed them out of the sky. You saw them trying to disengage, but by that point, when you have some of the best aim in the lobby, these are all the top players in the region overall, it's hard to disengage like that when you make a mistake. And now it's Robon. He has some time here, definitely more than enough time, but does he go for the reboot? Does he already have it? Because you see him moving off that mountain, going deeper into zone. So if he does have that reboot card, this will be the best chances he has to get his teammate back.
I'm the king.
Are you?
No, cringes, clearly, with that emote. Love the new Nick A30 icon skin. You know, if you eliminate someone with the Nick A30 icon skin pickaxe, it makes like a little sound.
Is it really?
On the opposing end. Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. Anyways, that's for another day. Jiraz Chari here. More on the south side still. No elims on the board. And they're pretty low on materials. I'm wondering kind of what caused them to not be able to continue with their kind of material and route earlier on. They must have got into a back and forth there. You can even see there's a duo still inside of the zone. Close to Brutal, trying to kind of get out now.
You know, if I was them or anybody else that's positioned on that side of the map, I wouldn't necessarily be worried. But instead, Sky and Scroll, you see that Rift Island is kind of still in the picture. It is in the zone. It might be a little too early 4th zone, but typically in the 5th and the 6th zones, that zone will tend to pull away from where Rift Island is at. So even though you might not have the best position, you might not be center, it might be a blessing in disguise if the zone does continue in that trend to pull away. It doesn't happen 100% of the time, Zakata. I did see last week some of the zones remaining around Rift Island, so it's not 100%, but you can kind of go ahead and bet that it is going to pull away more often than not. There's already the start just on the edge. Eclipse and Dexy are the ones trying to go ahead and fight just underneath, so it might be for a rift or something that is going to be close by. Not confident enough to go all the way up towards the top, or at least not to do it late. So they're just spraying through, just trying to get as much surge as possible, back down their opponents and try to get the upper hand.
Oh.
But it's Various B who's the one that's going to do it. Gets that knock on a Dexy, oversteps his boundaries, bites off more than he can chew, and now Blurfire is stuck by himself. Peace Control is going through, and now he almost gets cut off on the other end. That's going to be his teammate that reunites. That strength in numbers is huge.
Blurfire is just trying to give his teammate a bit of time to heal on up. The issue for Eclipse here is he knows he's not going to get enough time to pick up his duo partner, so he had to regress the player that was already tagged. However, now he's given them too much time. The shield has been recuperated, and now the 2 versus 1 continues. So Dexy, Blurfire and Various are going to have to make that choice. Do they play the aggressive 2 versus 1? They don't want to let him pick up Dexy here. However, you got to be careful, as Eclipse is not missing his shots here. Knocks down 1. And now the 1 versus 1 continues. Just 34 HP left as the minis are going to be popped.
They try to think outside of the box. They broke the cover and tried to dash their way in. But Various B, that's a decision you're going to regret, because Eclipse, he did not miss. But now the tables have turned. It's narrowed down to a 1v1. Blurfire has to make those conscientious decisions. Do I go for the revive? Do I try to get my teammate back? Do I disengage? Because realistically, they're not far from the zone. And Eclipse is making that decision for him. He's going in, trying to get the finish, but instead of getting distracted by the knock, without any HP, no heals, time is ticking for him. All or nothing, tries to dash in. Blurfire with a quick reaction, deny entry, but Eclipse, no heals. We talked about it. He has to go in. It's all or nothing here, because now the zone is going to begin to pull away.
I think he realized he had no time. The zone was going to end up knocking him. I don't believe there was enough heals, as now Eclipse has played the edge. Blur lost his teammate as well to zone. Both duos now turned into solos with not a lot of opportunities to bring their partner back in. There is a chance on the Rift Island, however, there is still a full duo up top, as now both players have been put into quite a difficult situation. And I can see the Eclipse doesn't want to let the fight end yet either, as you know Blur has to make it back in.
I feel like they know there's probably not too many rifts on that side either. They're the ones that kind of position at the bottom. You see the zone moving over towards Sandy Steps, away from that Rift Island like I was talking about. So all those players that made that decision to rotate towards the south, try to be ahead of the game, it is going to pay off, as Fast Stroke is still running around. And I feel bad, because I wish I knew how long him and Roban have been separated, because we saw them early on in the game, separated. Fast Stroke, he's scrambling around. We finally see him go down, but I feel like that was like minutes ago, maybe even like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Curious too. We'll have to see kind of how it plays out. You can see Raban's there. He's He's chilling right now ahead, but I'm not even sure how much damage he's going to have. Will he be able to pick up his duo? Sky Scroll don't want to let that slide as they slide on in to Raban's box here. I think I heard the reboot ban come through, but will he get boxed up? Raban cracked now, drop below. And another shot gets connected to eliminate both players. Sky Scroll are on fire right now.
Yeah, his teammate Faster didn't even get a chance to play. It was Volko on top of the mountain of Sandy's steps. He's the one that kind of tagged him out. Just unfortunate circumstances when you sacrifice everything for the reboot. You don't get out alive, and your teammate doesn't even touch the ground. Just unfortunate circumstances. Sky and Scroll, we saw the eliminations they got early on in this game, and they were able to find one more onto Blurfire. And we saw how weak Blurfire was. He was going through the ringer, but unfortunately his game 2 ends there.
Yeah, Surge is ticking. You can see it striking from the clouds as it's going to be Nate here and Slove, who are going to be the ones applying that pressure during the fight. They have more than enough damage, though, close to 1,000. So basically, they're just looking for eliminations here. They can even get a bit of extra loot if they really want to, once these players continue getting tagged.
It's just tough because they're at the side of the mountain. They can't even backtrack to try to disengage. Their only options really go up or to one of the directions where they can continuously get sprayed at. But at least the pressure has stopped for now because they're still 65 below that damage threshold, which isn't honestly much. One well-placed shot, whether it's a shotgun, you got the Enforcer for distance, could really make the difference. But right now, they're just focused on that rotation, get a safe spot in zone, box up above a couple of these teams, and that is what they're going to use, the elevation, to try to get Storm Surge from some of these other players that might not have rotated very quickly to the rotation.
Connecting their box with the players down below, making sure they can't get chopped down easily. Good job just using as many materials that are needed to not get cracked. If you end up getting cracked on a rotation like that, the focus will be on you, just like it was on for 9. And there's not much you can do in that situation. Either you use all your materials trying to outbuild it, or you just end up getting eliminated. Chris now as well. We saw him and iDrop having a bit of trouble there on the edge of zone. Most likely not too healthy and not too solid in terms of loot and consumables. So kind of just struggling their way back to zone. Della iDrop now fully eliminated.
I bet you they had fun now. Frazi and Rakuzan, they were the ones at the side of the mountain not too long ago that we saw getting sprayed. Now they get a chance to do it to an whole nother team, but they did not get enough Storm Surge. There was other players that helped get that elimination down, so they're still 47 below the threshold. All of that Flowberry Fizz is gone, and with only one mini being passed around, that it means it's going to be a tough and a long road for them and their survival if they're going to try to go ahead and make it happen.
A decision has to be made. The good news is the zone is going to start closing, so it's going to open up chances for them to take some shots here on the players rotating through, but they don't have a lot of time to do so. Something needs to connect here. Could it be this shot on the player down below? It's not going to be. 39 HP left now. Just a couple ticks away from danger as the medkit is going to be popped, and it looks like Rosie might just have to call it here.
Yeah, he's just sacrificing himself. Let his teammate get at least some of the loot before finally going down, but that hasn't helped him, not at all. Still 108 below the damage threshold with a couple more players that still need to drop. I would say he does have a couple med kits, so he can get some heals back up, but we're seeing how dangerous that low ground actually is. Even if a bush is there trying to hide Mustache and Malabuka, they see you at every turn.
Can't hide from Mustache. We can see the confidence from this duo. They played incredibly well in the last match. An unfortunate high ground retake following theirs. But I'm confident in the consistency from this duo. Our champions of the previous major. I like their positioning here as well. Down below, under the ridge. I'm curious to see where zone pulls back towards. As Sky and Scroll, Mustache, Malabuka now have an interesting route that they're going to have to take. But the Flowberries popped. The momentum boost is granted. And now as the zone starts closing, the rotate's going to come through.
Yeah, this is where a good portion of players are going to begin to drop off. 173 above. That's enough to keep you confident moving forward. Demus and Serene, they're the first ones that have the high ground, but don't think it's going to be too free too soon. Malabuka, Mustache positioned right below yet again. Almost an exact copy of that last game. You even got Vadil and Reason trying to go up and steal it away. Everybody wants that high ground. They want the points, and they want the big win. They know how important this last week of qualifiers actually is.
Swizzy and Vanyak as well, close to second height, looking up. Seb going for the retake. Vidil now knocked in the sky. Nitro danger continues as Vidil's dropped down to the dirt. Good news, it's not quicksand though, and he gets his way back up. Players has now a bit of time to breathe as he pops the big pot, but Seb and his duo are going to be the ones up above now. Malibuka's cracked as well. I believe his duo, Vidil, is even knocked.
Yeah, that's Seb and Emil, a.k.a. Forzen. If you're wondering who it is, both of these guys are silly, and they've figured out a way to make the high ground while having fun. 132, slowly falling below that threshold, but it's going to be easy for them to find these opportunities once they start being proactive, but they're trying to catch up, keep up with the zone. 10th zone, this is where in game one, Malibuka and Mustache made their play from the high ground. Sky and Scroll as well staggered themselves back. Now they're bull rushing forward, but Malibuka gets dropped. Mustache left by himself, and now he is gone. They are out of here.
Sky Scroll is still in the game though, although it's not with a lot of HP. 32 for Sky Scroll, a combined 40 total effective HP and shield as it looks, but the Flowberry Fizz is going to come through. A bit of HP recuperated, no box going to come through from Sky, just a bit of damage, as now they have to stay ahead. They're in the middle of the cluster, so many duos surrounding them. It's a lot of danger for this duo. They need to get ahead.
Oh, Akira looked up. Akira looked up, got the knock on the high ground. Nate's now by himself. You're seeing the struggles a lot of the solos are going through, trying to stay alive, and there goes Nate making a stand, a full-on squad wipe. Even though Slowfay is down, he knows he did his job, and he cannot be the hero by himself, staggering with those medkits. He has one left in the inventory, but the damage has been done.
It was successful. Akira and Easy are claiming height now as Sky and Scroll are just trying to survive. They've done a great job so far. Incredible amount of eliminations, but they're going to need more here shortly, as it's going to be Cammy and Seti knocking on their door, fully on the ground here. You have to be careful for this duo.
Yeah, and we said it. It may not be the most exciting gameplay, but they know how to get the job done. One of the best teams for years on end, still figuring out a way, and I do believe they got that elimination, the backside of zone, onto Vanyak. So now they're finding the eliminations in the stage of the game. They know how to play the best, but right above them, Sky and Scroll, they're the ones who took them out in the last game, but a ramp separates them. It takes down Scroll. Now Sky's trying to break out of the box. Well, they help him out. They break him out of the box and back into the lobby.
Moni, Lunex, doing a great job of holding on strong, but Cammy and Seti now have been let out from the low ground chambers. They slowly make their way up. It's going to be Easy, though, that gets a huge knock, continuing his wrath from above, but he's lost the high ground now. Akira as well getting ticked. Another shot getting connected. Chicho now dropped to just one shot. Cammy gets eliminated. Easy making it look easy as he gets taken out. Chicho as well. Now Moni and his duo are still up above. The 2 versus 1. Now just Cammy down, Seti left alone.
Yeah, but Monier and Lunex, they're both weak. They're both slivers of HP and separated. One's on the low ground, one's on the high ground, but they spot out Semi outside. He gets a knock onto one, trying to make a mad dash to find his way in, but Monier is there waiting. They picked up 10 double-digit eliminations for them as they steal the show late into the game.
What a chaotic way to end game number 2. It was hard to keep up. Incredible amount of high ground retakes, and all our top Titan duos were still up on the low ground battling it out. You can see how the playstyles change when the Nitro meta gets adjusted. It's not as dangerous anymore to be down below. You're still able to play in your boxes. You can take those pop shots when you need to, and just like Moni did here, retake high ground in those last moments to secure that positional advantage and clean up the last section of the match.
Yeah, Zone was moving in, Seti out of heals. They knew exactly where he was because he got the knock onto Lunex, and that's going to be an easy one for them. They waited. The patience really pays off for them, not only to take the high ground, but like I said, steal that game away. That's 2 games, Takata. There's already being some shifts in the leaderboard.
It's been a crazy mix-up. It's only the second qualifier here, and the players are already playing on a whole other level, but we have a lot more to break down. So let's head on to a quick break, and then we'll be back to the desk to check out that leaderboard.
welcome back to FNCS. If you were wondering what was just happening then, you missed me about to break into chants of Monet. So you're welcome. I've done it for you anyway, because he's just taken the victory royale with his duo Lunex. And what a final fight. I feel like that's the most contested we've seen high ground this season so far. I mean, I don't know. Am I barking up the wrong tree here, Levin? I probably have.
Yeah, you probably are there. But it was a very entertaining game. Nonetheless, Monet and Lunex, big ups. We got a lot of Danish people behind the scenes, and they were all, jumping out their seats with excitement, seeing a Danish duo on top of the lobby, bossing it. So it was really nice to see that. Of course, again, for people who don't know, Monet and Lunex, two players who, again, are not necessarily the biggest names in the EU, but definitely strutting their stuff here. Lunex has been around for a while. Monet is a bit of a younger, newer player. So it's good to see these guys doing well here, and hopefully we can start to see it materialize a bit more for some of these teams, again, who are just using this platform to show what they can do to the rest of the world.
Yeah, and it's good to see them going for height there at the end. As you mentioned, Frankie, there was a little bit of a height turnover, maybe not the most we've seen in the entire season, but a considerable amount compared to what we saw last week, where we had a lot more teams that just sort of solidified up on there. It seems like a lot of people are running out of materials a lot more quickly. A lot of people are trying to take it, and for Monet right there, they just took advantage of that. They sort of found themselves in that position. They're like, right, why not play it out, and we'll ride out to the win. Of course, a nicely played game from these guys overall, though, and to have a good start to the day is what they could have wanted, I'm sure.
We didn't see Sky and Scroll able to dominate high ground this time round, but it was fantastic to see them dominating the eliminations feed, as they were looking pretty healthy on the elimination points by the time that they did drop out of the lobby, Mini-Miner.
Yeah, nice to see these guys having yet another good game. I mean, we talked about them after the last game, of course, landing at Pleasant Piazza. They're a team that will be enjoying these more southern style of zones. We'll have to see what they can do if the zones do decide to change up a little bit, but I think it was a 6th place finish for these guys in that last game. So overall, not bad at all. 1st place in game number 1, 6th place in this game. That consistency is going to be absolutely crucial. And again, Scroll, he's playing on that scroll wheel. I don't know how, because if anyone knows, that it's very, very difficult to do that, and I think his scroll wheel must be quite worn down at this point, because it's really impressive what he's able to do.
Yeah, to speak to some of the things they were doing in the server there, right? They took down Malibu and Mustache again in that endgame, and I love that rotation they made. Temp zone, they sort of tank storm a bit with some med kits, and then when they run into zone, they see Malibu and Mustache on low ground who weren't in the best of straights, and so they said, we're just gonna walk right through these guys, right? So again, some really nice plays being made here from Sky and Scroll.
I think we've got to mention the scroll wheel every single time that we're on the analyst desk so that the chat goes wild. But I want to go wild right now for the standings. Let's see who is in with a shot of making the upper bracket in well, I was going to say next week. Sadly, we're going to have a few weeks off, and then we shall have our semi-finals. And Seti and Cami11 are having a really good day at the office.
Yeah, man, these guys just textbook stuff from Seti and Cami. It's hard to notice them sometimes in these games, but really, guys, I want you to look out throughout the moving zones, throughout some of the earlier zones before this point in the game, right? You can see these guys separating themselves from the rest of the lobby. We always talk about Cami and Seti playing dead side in some of the earlier zones in the game, but they will play dead side in end games, right? They're on high layers, away from the rest of the lobby, out of the the tough situations that people put themselves in. Then when they start to get low on mats, right, they'll drop down, claim space on low ground, and get a couple refreshes that they can use just to keep them ticking in the game a bit longer, or maybe play their med kits out, right? They're just always gonna make those plays in moving zones that will get them in these top 4, top 3, top 2 situations. And again, another really good game for Seti and Cami, man. These guys just showing how the game should be played, for a lot of these players in this lobby.
I mean, right there, we saw it. Seti there popping the med kits back in the storm, as Cami did in game number 1. It just seems to be this is the way that they want to play out these games. They're not necessarily going all out for the win. They're not making those risky plays towards the end of the games. They're making sure that they can stay back, farm those easy sort of top 4s, top 3s that we're seeing them get right now. And if they can continue that over the course of the day, there's no reason why they won't come 1st place overall.
Mustache and Malibu, I believe they are on the 2nd page of the standings. It wasn't necessarily the best game for them. However, they are winning off Spawn Mini-Miner. So what do you think is the issue for them at the moment? Is it just late game?
I mean, looking at their situations right now, 12th and 15th, it's tough to pinpoint exactly where they're going wrong. But what we do know is that they're going to have a big comeback, I'm sure. They have that coin, they have that AR every single game. They're able to come out of that drop spot with a nice amount of surge as well, all the teams that are fighting around nearby. And of course, they can even just tank the storm a little bit if they want to. There's so many different options that their drop spot offers. It just seems like maybe they're getting a little bit split in endgame at the moment. Maybe they're not necessarily playing as they would usually want to play. There just seems to be a few issues towards that sort of top 10 area of the game at the moment.
Well, in that game specifically, right, we saw them, right? They got taken out by Sky and Scroll. They were on low ground, low on materials. But right now, we're watching them a couple zones before, and they're stacked, right? So you're almost looking at how did you go from being completely stacked to now ending up in the situation where you're here? Like, you know, low ground, front side, like you're split apart. Again, it's like certain decisions when it comes to timing of rotations, how they're rotating, you know, rotating as a duo rather than rotating as two solos, right? There's a big difference in these things. And I think once they work those things out, they should be good because they have the loot. A lot of the time, they have the mats that they need going into an end game. It's just about efficiently using those and making the right decisions as you move through the moving zones.
Boys, just take a look at these standings, though. I mean, there are huge names who have not made it onto the first page yet. Vidil and Reason, of course, Swizzy and Vanyak, Kudos Chicha. I mean, obviously, I could literally just read this list verbatim. We don't have time, though. Levin, do you expect things to be shifting as we head through tonight's games?
Probably, yeah, I'd say so, man. You know, some of these teams who maybe are on that second page, we've seen them in good spots. Reason and Vidil one in particular, we've seen them on a height, and so hopefully now they can start to hold on to it a bit better.
Well, let's see if you are correct, Levin, because we've got time to head back to the battle bus and back to our casters, Jacob and Takata.
That's the big question, Frankie. Still a lot of contestations happening on the southern side of the map. It was kind of a quick change up. I was looking at the drop maps coming into today, and then all of a sudden people are like, you know what, let's just switch it up last minute. Why not? You know, what's the worst that could happen? But a lot of the duos contesting each other are on that leaderboard. Anyways, the battle bus is ready. Let's get into game number 3.
You know, some of those contested drops are proven to be just a little bit more exciting than some would think. Brutal Beachhead being one of them. You got Swizzy and Vanyak going against Kvi and Dose. And it's one that's been 1-1 out of the first 2 games. So you can already see it there in the mini map, double contested yet again. So Brutal Beachhead, this time around, I feel like it's just anyone's game. And this time around, it's actually gonna almost be the opposite. They're just landing on 2 different sides. They've had enough of the 50-50. Almost thought that was actually elimination as Kaido actually wins off spawn on the other side of the map this game.
That was actually the deal and reason that I thought we're going to be contesting Swizzy Vanyak here, but Skavi and his duo partner are going to be the ones that have claimed that superior side of Brutal Beachhead. However, with the same split up we saw in game 2, Swizzy and Vanyak were able to get a good amount of loot quite quickly, so I'm not even sure if they fully kind of went into a brawl or if both duos kind of disengaged because they ended up playing a lot more passively. We'll see if it's the same this time around. Meanwhile, though, Reckless Railways, we do have Slove and Nate going right for the fun, but it's going to be Sky Fun that are going to get the best of them.
Yeah, just a tough battle right there. He couldn't grab the right-hand advantage. You saw the stair was in his way, so he's basically just stuck. Just stuck in the doorway. I don't know whose stair that was. Just a prime example of it. Slove just wasn't able to get in. Stuck crouching, stuck standing. And that kind of was the end of that one as Sky and Scroll contested this time around versus Rickbor and Alex. So no smooth sailing for them, or at least not right out of the gates. And it does look like Rickbor and Alex are trying to get an early drop onto Scroll. 2v1. They have the numbers and they have that first knock.
Gotta be careful now. The momentum might be getting put to an end here. 137 points for Sky and Scroll. Leading the pack right now in first place. But if you go down 46, basically 0 points on the board, it is going to drop them down significantly with no materials left now, forced to kind of crouch into this building. Just 43 HP. Does have a med kit and some minis. Actually now, with a bit of time to use them, it seems like the third-party shots might have scared Alex and Rickbor here as they've chosen to disengage. But little do they know, neither player is aggressive.
Yeah, they probably heard the shots that they weren't necessarily familiar with. Ripper and Alex, first time they're dropping here at Pleasant. So it's just going to be interesting to see how a lot of these drops are changing as the day goes on, because even on the other side of things, Malbuka and Merstash, they got contested by Crims and I do believe Noms this time around. I was curious to see how he was just kind of stuck by himself, and I think this is the only thing I don't like about some of those split drops. If a team rotates into your position, if they decided to contest it, you may not necessarily be ready. And we got the strats coming out for almost similar to the Global Championship.
Yeah. You remember that? It was, oh, I forgot what the exact landmark name was. We could kind of use those similar shield plants to recuperate the shield of your knockdown opponents and continue to just farm as much damage as possible on them by carrying that knocked body.
Wait a minute. You see that stat?
Uncontested teams have won 71% of the games in EU this season.
Is that surprising to you? Because to me, you know, I haven't played professionally. I've played in some third-party events here or there, maybe a cash cup where I just call flat on my face. But 71% have contested teams. Does that drive a different story for this FNCS?
I mean, the uncontested versus contested is it's an interesting kind of topic that's come around time and time again. However, when you are contested, especially at one of the more superior drops like Redline Rig, for example, when you do come out superior or victorious, your loot is going to be significantly better than the other players in the match. So you will have a higher chance of taking home the VR, but it seems like consistency is key for the victory royales, according to that stat. Moni now and his duo partner are victors of the last match, looking to carry that momentum forwards here.
See them immediately kind of know that they can't go after that elimination. Zone's moving in. They know exactly where that porta potty does lead, so it's interesting to see how it all started. This zip line right into their doom. Lunex and Monia were just waiting on the other side. Got to give Serene credit to not only disengage, but get away as far as he actually did and actually have a chance here, because as soon as they rotate in, he can go back for that reboot card, either rotate on the land or go and use that porta potty. The choice definitely is.
Yeah, it's much better compared to last match when we saw a lot of players getting eliminated kind of at the Rift Island. At that point in the game, it's a lot more difficult to get a reboot, and even if you do, getting back in the zone without all eyes being on you is a challenge. Camiseti taking some shots at Akira. We mentioned it before. This is a huge tournament for Akira and his duo partner. Akira has one FNCS Grand Finals appearance. However, his duo has none, which is easy shortly behind. As I'm curious to see what the play is here now. Will they continue the hunt? Cami and Seti do have the 2 versus 1 advantage. They're going to want to clean this up, but Easy's not going to make it easy for them.
It's tough because Skavi was the one that actually got the knock onto Akira. So those third parties coming in. Here comes Dose and Skavi ready to clean that one up. They want the loot that they feel like they've earned up until this point. Seti just repositioning. Now they have the choice. They can go back. They can kind of rotate out. They are on the edge here on the south side. So rotating here wouldn't necessarily be the worst possible decision to get away from all this mess and proactively position yourself much better, whether you're going for bunkers, forecast tower, or simply a surge base so you can not worry about that later on.
Yeah, a lot of duos kind of wanted to be a part of the action there. We talked about it before. So much cluster on the southern side of the map. When you do take those fights early on, a lot of eyes are going to be on you, so you need to be careful. Either finish it quickly or just be hyper aware of your surroundings and know kind of what your plan is going to be to disengage from those situations. Thomas HD and Queasy, though, on the complete opposite side of the map here.
There's not too many players here. This season and last season, a lot of the rotates have been on the slower side of the zone where it's not easy to get surge, but fight after fight, Seti and Cammy seem to be going through struggles in this game, with Cammy getting dropped, but Seti is long gone. He already rotated down that river, trying to get out, reposition himself back towards that first fight and even that Nitro ring, because not only does it dash him across the map as he goes to the backside of the zone, it gives him a little bit of the Nitro effect for the sprint so that way he can quickly reposition himself. But he's going to the biome back here, and he's looking for now is some of those cactuses that might have been left behind, any loot that he can scavenge, because he knows he's going to need some HP sooner rather than later.
Just like that, he's found the cactuses to recuperate a bit of that shield. I'm curious kind of what happened. I guess Cammy must have gotten beamed or something, as Seti was already, like you said, long gone when he lost his duo partner there. So it's going to be a slower game for Cammy and Seti, but if any duo is going to recuperate from it, it's going to be them. Swizzy on Yak. Incredibly far from the zone. I wonder if Gyros has been fully eliminated as Cherry is there, but do they know? I think they do by the way they're looking at it. Maybe not the exact location, but they know he's hidden around there. Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, he was trying to hide. Play a little ring around the rosy, using that cover, but Vanyak went wide all the way around, giving Swizzy the clean angle. Fight after fight, Cringe is down. It's going to be a trade. Volko by himself. Riss is on the other side with just a sliver of HP. Unfortunately, Volko forced to slow down to reload, and because of that, you see him second-guessing the decisions. Instead of going full in for the elimination, he backtracks, goes for a res, knowing that he cannot trade. It's a little bit too late. Riss now knocking on the door, trying to make his way in. And this is where it's going to get just easier and easier with each second that passes for Riss to try to get this elimination. First shot's gonna be fired. Riss doesn't want to slow down. He knows that one was a monster shot. The Cola gets him up to full HP, but Volko turns and burns, takes him down, and now he has a fresh revive and a new teammate back in the game.
Put to sleep. I need to see that one time again.
Quick little pre-fire from Volko as the wall was broken here. 80 into the S. Oh, into the second shot to finish it off. Great cleanup. Now gonna pick up his duo partner. Back in the game, it was a close one, but you need to be able to perform under pressure when you're at this level for Fortnite competitive. Saren and Demus, sorry. Now choosing to kind of see what's going on at the bunker party. They know there's probably a duo down there, not only from the footsteps, but also the massive turtle base that has been built on the bunker. So curious to why he kind of like ran there. Maybe they wanted to scavenge a bit of leftovers, thinking they might have already rotated out of the bunker. However, they heard them there, so chose to not do that.
Yeah, smart decision. Just like you said, as soon as he saw the footsteps, the audio visuals, you saw him just immediately turn around. Let's not waste any more time. We still got to go to zone. Vanyak and Swizzy, they waited a long time in Brutal. They were able to get at least one elimination for their efforts so far, but they're using these nitro rings to just boost along with the Flowberry Fizz, and we've seen almost every single rotation this year with the Flowberry Fizz, whether if it was launch pads or anything else, and you're seeing them once again using that Flowberry Fizz to aid their rotation.
And here it is, back to Seti. We can see the comeback story. If it's anything like the one Merstash and Malibuka did previously, we're gonna have a show here. They have a long way to get back to zone. Cammy's gonna have to recuperate all his loot as well. So if we see them later, we know what they had to do to get there. Fadil and Reason, 4 colas in the inventory, 5 nitros. And they're in a pretty safe position.
Yeah, slowest part where you see nobody in the minimap. Just gotta hope that they got some early surge here because it does look just completely dry. There's a couple rotational tools they can use kind of placed around them. Just about where they actually want to go. And it just almost seems like they're just waiting out the time right now. Let the zone close before they figure out where they actually have to rotate next. Wow.
That's
How many mats?
a tall, yeah, it's a tall
How many
surge
mats?
tower there.
Was that 500? Was that 600? Was it 300? Because it was like a 4x4 into a 2x2 into a 1 tower. With 4 eliminations, though, they probably had all the extra materials to do this.
Back to the Rocket Ram season. As Merstash has enough visibility to look all the way almost to the southern side of the map, if that was possible. But so far, no connections, no shots. I mean, they're not even really too pressured to get that damage. You can see with the 4 eliminations they've gotten, most likely one of them kind of had a bit of spare materials and was eliminated below them. So they used that to make a surge base here. Maybe went a little overboard, but you can get excited sometimes when you get that many eliminations early on in the match. You can see Rift Island as well going to be appearing in front of them. I believe they're even higher than Rift Island itself. They've made their own kind of separate Rift Island. Who did they eliminate that had this many mats, man? Like
4 eliminations. They probably consolidated 1,000, 1,500 mats at the bottom of their base. Malibuca's just bored. He's just bored. Merstache has the AR, the mythic AR from Redline. They made a long rotation on over to this part. And since they said, hey, we've rotated so far, let's make it worth it. And because you were even talking about this, the 4 eliminations, Storm Surge is not a worry in the world. So with not too many teams in the position when they first got there, you're seeing more and more teams rotate on over here, which is making this more and more of a valuable position for them.
It's like those memes from the Season 3 Tier 100 Battle Pass outfit, you know, where it's like you shoot at him and they just build a giant base in front of you. That's what I expect when I see one of those bases. Snazy in the feed, taking out one. Thomas and Queasy playing the bush strat here, seeing if they can connect some shots. They don't have any eliminations yet, so a bit of damage would come in handy. Good news is there are some players on the border of the zone here rotating in. Should open up opportunities.
Slow and steady wins the race in most cases. They went down in a couple of their early games. Storm Surge kind of being the thorn in the side for them. And just with the amount of experience they have, I expect them to progressively get better each and every finals lobby that they play in. And they did qualify through the grand finals, or through the semifinals upper bracket side as well. So not too much of a worry for Queasy and Thomas. They just have to figure out that surge, because it's only going to get harder, whether if it's the semifinals or the actual grand finals. Getting a surge is going to be one of the harder things to do, especially with the changes to the Nitro Splash.
True likes Chicho. Kind of looking around as well. Looks like Ju and Asa are going to be the ones that have claimed the Rift Island flag. Got that extra bit of loot. Seeing that we do have a zone by Grim Gate here, all of these players should be able to stack up some dashes and use them to their liking. As it seems, Storm Surge... no, surge damage. Yeah, Storm Surge has been quite active today.
And it's affecting a few more people than usual, which is more than all of Qualifier 1 in just the first couple of games, which goes to show that even though there were some changes to the Nitro Splashes, players aren't necessarily adapting as quickly to try to get that surge when they do need it most. And that's what you're seeing this season. More and more. So many teams staggering themselves so far back into the zone, especially around the areas with the cactuses where they can replenish the HP, the shield, when they do need it. It's because they're just trying to wait for all those other teams to rotate. Once one team rotates by, they just focus on the next one and the next one, and they stagger so far back just to try to get that damage, which in most cases, they do find some success, but in other cases, you see Podesai, Snazy lacking in some HP. I assume Snazy might have some, but if all they have is Colas, it's going to be terrible because you don't want to use those now.
Let's see when this updated surge appears. 453. And Cammy and Seti have made it back now, so we'll kind of have to see how they're going to get their foot back in the game. As Teeny and Shap not playing as aggressive as the previous matches, as they have no eliminations so far. There are some rifts here. It is below Rift Island. They can choose to box around. However, when you are in this part of the map, it's almost not as necessary, as you can just use the dashes to make it there. Saren's looking up, kind of questioning what he's looking at right now. It's like, should I sneak up this base? Malibuca, Merstache have decided to amplify their, I don't know if I should call it a surge tower or what at this point.
It's a skyscraper at this point. That's a whole, you gotta, he has to get charged rent. He's at least 500 V-Bucks for every zone he stays at the bottom of that tower. But it looks like he kind of wants more than just the tower. He's building up. This is a challenge right here that I'm a little surprised to kind of see them take, but you see they're ready. They almost want to chop it down or continue to moving up. Malibuca or Merstache, they hear all that noise and quickly their attention has changed. Now they have to focus on the team right there, but Serene somehow made it up and above everybody else. Surprise attack on Merstache, and he's the one with the medallion, the mythic flute. That was a big win for Demus and Serene.
I think I saw Merstache too. Before he got fully eliminated, a bandage was thrown on the ground. I'm wondering if he had his inventory open or something, because it looked like he was just standing still there when he got eliminated. Not a challenge at all for Saren. Caught him lacking a little bit there. Malibuca left alone now. We can actually check a quick replay on how that elimination came to be.
You know what this almost reminds me of? Oh, he was lackadaisy
yeah,
on the bandage. Yeah, he was actually using the bandage. Almost reminded me back in the day, if you remember, Summit versus Myth when Fortnite first came out. Myth is just building the tower. Summit's trying to keep up with him, and he just could not do it. That's why you just go up and over. You just land on top, surprise attack, unfortunately with Mustache. But luckily for him, at the same time, Malibuca does have his reboot card, and we know Malibuca, his history of getting these reboots.
Dashes come through. Malibuca going on ahead. I mean, it would be really difficult to do that now in this portion of the game, but I mean, anything's possible. Cammy and Seti look like they're back in business. Good amount of loot as well, but the issue is they didn't have time to get those tags. Now, only 24 below isn't too bad, to be fair. Hopefully they can find something here. Volko seems to be alone in this box currently. Do they know that, though? Probably not, as there's 3 boxes built out there, so it's safe to assume there is a duo inside. Until now, they see Volko rotating.
32 below the damage threshold. That's kind of what happens when you have those early game struggles. It doesn't go necessarily as planned, and you're naturally a little bit more of a passive team in Seti and Cammy. But they got to figure out how to start getting aggressive. Time is ticking. 73 below, which isn't a ton, but they continuously are falling. Now 83. Shields get cracked, but they're being patient. They're looking around the lobby, waiting for teams to rotate. They spotted that first one, and now they're just on the chase, but they just get tagged up. One more tick. Seti can't do too much more before he finally goes down, and it's up to Cammy now as a solo, because when you go down to Storm Surge, you don't get knocked. You get sent back to the lobby.
Nothing Seti could have done there. No heals to outlive the Storm Surge, and I believe Cammy was the one that got rebooted, so you can see his loadout isn't the best. It's gonna be a miracle what Cammy's looking for here to make it back into the game once again. Not only does he have to do damage, he needs to recuperate his loot, his shield, everything basically, even ammunition, with just a couple ticks left of Surge, including this big pot. There's not much time left for Cammy.
Yeah, we're already in the 7th zone. We need to go down to about 40 players. He doesn't have the heals to out-heal 5 straight duos, 10 solo players running around, especially 223 below that damage threshold and counting. First, it's the big pot. Now it's an all-in on anybody that he can find to stay alive, and this is terrible to go down here. 27th place. You haven't gotten placements. You haven't gotten elimination, so if Cammy falls, a 0-point game.
Yeah, only possibility here is get as much HP as possible and all in a player. Like, you just get in the box, hope for the best. Has 1 dash left to make it happen. About 13 seconds till zone closes and Storm Surge starts ticking once again. So maybe 1 more bandage, but if not, CZB might be the only potential victim here.
That's not even enough damage. Even if he gets the full Elim on CZP, that's not even enough damage for Cam. He almost needs to go in onto a full duo. Quick flank, but now it's going to get rougher and rougher because Cammy is getting focused out. Time is still ticking, 300 below, and now Storm Surge is ticking as well. That's Queasy and Thomas right above. They're going down, and that's it. Cammy does not have anybody to go after anymore. He has to try to get the heals, but the shots from Serene finally go in and take down Cammy.
If only Cammy and Seti were a duo at that moment, it would have been a gift from the clouds, all the loot that he could have potentially had. But with the damage he needed to secure, even if he got that loot, he would not have been able to get out of the situation. Reason for deal, 2 below now. Good news is, healthy loadout. They should be able to focus on the rotation here, and once they're in zone, they can kind of look back and get those tags, but you don't want to get staggered on the edge of the ridge here. 41 damage on one of his opponents, but has a long way to go just to make it to zone.
Yeah, because the Storm Surge, exactly what you said, he kind of has to stagger himself. Not forever, but just long enough to try to get the damage. As Podesai just trying to move through. He falls down, but that's no worry for him. He's able to catch himself as Reason's just dropping all the way down low, trying to grab that loot. When Ovidio has already made his way in towards the zone, and Reason's just trying to play catch up here. Once he reunites, he has at least 150 health and HP and shield to grab once he can stagger himself.
Yeah, the med kit is going to be crucial here, but he cannot cancel it. If he uses it at the wrong time and pressure gets applied to him, it's going to get wasted. Good news is he has his duo partner. Vidal can hold the builds now. A little bit of time to breathe and get that HP back up.
Reunite has never felt so good for him. A chance to just breathe, try to slow things down, and with the next dome pulling over, you see him peeking through the cone to try to get that information. Using that for this rotation is going to be crucial, especially so far on this edge of the map. as Chap and Teeny are trying to be one of the first teams to try to claim that high ground. 197 above the Storm Surge threshold as well. If they're able to maintain this, since they got the front side of zone pull, this will be perfect for them.
Exact same situation as game one. Chaptini take height initially on this first moving zone. It pulls back just like it did. However, the issue was the high ground retakes. They kept coming the back-to-back, but with that shot landed by Teeny, if they can just keep the pressure on the duos that are second height, they have to be extra cautious here.
Yeah, Vidil's kind of stuck by himself. That down was on to Reason. Alex and Rick Bohr still trying to make something. They win Pleasant Piazza early on today, and now it almost feels like they're just stuck on the side of the mountain, get denied entry from above. Vidil using the last build to try to cone himself off. Doesn't find any bit of comfortability there, so once again, forced to reposition. A lot of the solos here in this game. There's about 8 of them running around solo in a world full of duos.
Moni, 4-4-5 above. Good amount of mats as well. Has the opportunity to get ahead here. You got to be careful. You know there's so many duos surrounding you. A solo as well. Nice 94 shot, cracking his opponent, and Zone pulls back once again. Opportunity to play edge here. Is Moni going to choose to stay back a little bit? Kind of follow the zone.
Yes, be careful though, as the zone does come down that mountain. There will be teams that try to drop down as well. Timing has to be crucial. Scrim just sees just going to stagger himself just a little bit. Getting that HP back up for the Cola, but it's mainly if he gets tagged along the way. The shield will go and regenerate until he finds a spot. Monier just looking through every nook, cranny, trying to find a shot to land. That one's going to be one, but not enough to get the elimination. But he is hot on the chase, and there it goes, just back and forth. A game of cat and mouse with nobody really coming out on top, because both of them are now low HP, low builds, and the backside of the zone.
No shields, 13 builds to work with. Chicho Trulex incredibly healthy on the other end. Grouped together as well. Chemistry all-time high as they're ahead of zone, looking back, going for those shots, looking for those refreshes, but they have to be careful. So much cluster, so many players surrounding them. They need to get on their own layer.
Yep, they're doing good right now, sliding down that mountain, staying ahead of the curve. They're on that far right side where they know the zone is opening up, and there's nobody currently there, so it's going to be a free rotation. Monier's just trying to go ahead and go through unnoticed. You see him scrambling around, 18 HP, no builds. This is hope and dream to scrap together a couple more placements. Top 13, that's good points, but it's not even half of the placement up for grabs just yet.
Great job playing edge of zone though, securing so many placement points just by staying up here. In need of an elimination, but no pressure on getting it yet. As long as he can stay up, as long as he can find that opportunity to hunt down a solo, he would have been able to get more placements, but from the back, gets eliminated. Looks like Chapantini still up in the clouds as well, holding on strong to height. That's for 9 and Della applying pressure on low.
Yeah, we've seen the ups and the downs of this team throughout the day so far, and this is the last game before that halfway point, and it's really set the tone and the pace, especially if you need those series points for the upper bracket. Makaido, Haicho, they get found out on that low ground, taken down after winning an off-spawn battle against the Middle East champs.
Ooh. Be careful, Chap has dropped down, wanted to play aggressive, but he's been knocked down. It's been overly aggressive now as the high ground is going to be overthrown. Potentially, the aggression comes through. Teeny forced to hold it off against the duo.
Yeah, that's Dose, that's V again. They're the ones challenging at Brutal Beachhead, but now the challenge has come down to this. 18 HP, a sliver of HP for both of the players, but they're bouncing around, still trying to keep their opponents guessing before they finally look up and take him down.
Teeny's still in zone as well, healing off. He might have an opportunity to play the sneaky behind strat of the zone here. Is for 9. Is slowly recuperating HP from that Cola. His duo partner Della up above as Teeny has to make a decision. Does he go back to height against the duo? Does he drop down low? As he's made it back into zone, but for 9 drops down, connects the shot onto Teeny, gets that elimination, but with just one more tick left from zone, he cannot touch it. For 9 goes down. It's Skyfun, it's Moon who are dominating.
And it's going to come down to this 1v1 where Skyfun knows. He knows no HP, no opponent in sight. Della just healing off with 5 different med kits right above. They have answered back the 2-game drought that they were facing up until this point, and that is how you start your confidence run into the second half of the day.
What can you do at that point? High ground overthrown, giving them that safety net to go right back into zone and play those med kits. Duo partner went down for the action, and although for 9 ended up getting eliminated, his job was successful. Della had the opening to play that heal off and finish it off for the victory royale.
They started this game in 33rd place. only 8 points, 2 eliminations, and now they've really made up for it. Without that pace, I don't know what else this team would have done to kind of get that top spot on the leaderboard or as close to it as possible. And I'm looking for them, now that they have the momentum and the confidence on them side, to continue that into the rest of the day. With a bunch of teams kind of falling apart, or at least so it seems, this is their chance.
That's the question. From 8 points to almost 100. We'll see how the leaderboard has shaken up, but first, we're going to head over to a quick break. See you soon.
Welcome back to FNCS. We're about halfway through tonight's action, but my, what action we have seen so far. Fantastic to see Della and F9 coming out on top because they played a high-risk, high-reward strategy mini-miner, and it well and truly did pay off.
Yeah, nice to see these guys having a good game at last. They've been getting towards these later stages of games, 27th and 26th, and then it was, of course, that big win in game number 3. They've been playing pretty well overall. I think it's just those mid-games they've been struggling with, but this game, Levin, absolutely no struggles whatsoever. Really nicely played mid-ground, getting those refreshes, getting those materials to continue their dominance through this game, and I think it was just a really solidly played game. Wow, look at that. That was a massive shot shot from Fnayan as well. And he's just one of those players that seems to be playing pretty well at the moment, and a team that I'm excited for when it comes to the semifinals.
Yeah, you know, towards the back end of him playing with Moneymaker, right? I think a lot of people, including myself, just sort of said, you guys need to wrap it up, man. This combo ain't working no more. And they finally listened up to everybody and they decided to split. And it's good to see Fnayan, you know, doing so well. That game was interesting, right? Because it just sort of franked out, right? There's games like that where, as a team, you do just sort of pop off, take everybody out. At the end there, they were able to take Hype pretty easy as well because Teeny is a solo, like was holding off from Skeeve and his duo for quite a while. So Hype ended up being free, but things sort of fell into place for them and they played things out well.
Can I have I want to ask, sorry, not can I have can I ask, what happened with Chap and Teeny? Because it just looked like Teeny was holding the high ground and then he just launched himself off, or sorry, Chap launched himself off, I should say, 11. I wasn't sure what the decision making was there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we quite saw, at least I didn't quite see what happened with Chap. I just sort of saw he was down and then Teeny was just holding it solo. But to be fair to Teeny, he held off as a solo for quite a while. He had about like 6 builds towards the end there. And I think it was Skeeve and Dosai who were trying to take it from him and he just didn't really hold off, let them take it. And you know, held off as long as he could. I think he ended up getting third at the end. So still a nice game. It was nice to see them up on hype, right? I think a lot of people have seen all the hype these guys have been getting so far this season. And, you know, I labeled them as a favorite to win FNCS at the start of the show. And so it's good to see them finally having a performance that sort of matches that sort of level. So we'll see how they fare throughout the rest of the games.
Yeah, and it's nice to see a team that are actually just taking height and holding it for a big part of the end game. We saw it, I mean, in the last game, we saw a stat on the screen during that game that was the most height turnover we've seen in all of the games so far this season in the finals. So it was nice to see a team actually really hold that height well, and they did it really well up until the moment there.
Well, let's take a look at the standings and see where we're at. 3 games into this 6-game evening of FNCS, at least as far as Europe is concerned. And you can see at the top there, Demus and Seren. And I have to say, I'm not really familiar with this duo. And yet, they have really been acting like big boys of the lobby tonight. We just saw them challenging Murstache and Malabuka for their medallion in the mid-game. And coming out on top, they've been challenging for high ground as well. Mini Minor, are you impressed?
I am impressed by these guys, yeah, and particularly since the amount of zones we've been getting. The first 2 games are quite south zone. I know this was quite a north zone. These guys are landing all the way up towards that northeast side of the map, the windmill split, and I think they're just able to rotate really, really well in these games, being able to be so consistent. They're one of the only teams to actually, they are the only team to place top 10 in every single game so far. So it just seems to be the consistency. And something else that I thought was Seren is actually a Welsh word. Myself being Welsh, Seren means star. So a Seren-studded, whatever that is in Welsh, performance from these guys so far.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, these guys are you know, when one of our favorite Polish teams in Kami and City couldn't quite deliver the goods for us in that game, a different Polish team, you know, decided to step up, and it's good to see these guys on top of the leaderboards.
The Pulse is always strong in this lobby. However, Kami and Seti, that was certainly an unlucky game for them. We saw one of them go down early. The reboot came in, but unfortunately, Surge was just not on their side 11.
Yeah, it was tough because, again, I'm not sure if we quite saw how Seti went down in the first place. I think it was Seti, right, that went down and Kami was trying to get him back in. But when you're playing catch up in a game like that, right, after the reboot, you know, you're worried about so many things in terms of, one, you're worried about actually just getting a loadout and getting back into the game. Then you have to worry about how you actually position yourself. And then you're also worrying about getting damage. And it's a combination of things that is just really hard to deal with. And I think that was the main problem for them in that game, right? After the reboot, it was like, how do we get our damage back? Especially considering, right, the player who does, if you're the player who does a bunch of the damage and then you get rebooted, you lose the damage you've already done in that game, right? So it's like, you start from 0, you have to play catch up, and it's always really tough in those spots.
Yeah, Queasy and Thomas there as well, another team that have been struggling a little bit on Storm Surge. We highlighted it in one of the previous packages after one of the previous games. It just seems to not be working out for them so far. And I know it's one of their problems that they had last season in moments. They didn't quite have enough Surge when they were making those really long south rotations. Now they're coming from a completely different side of the map. So I think they're still learning, they're still developing those Surge strategies because clearly they're not working out right now.
I have to say, I think most of the duo struggled with Surge in that last game. I don't know if it was anything to do with the zone finally being a bit more north than we've been seeing so far this season, at least on the Qualifier broadcast. But let's find out where the zone is going to go this time, because we're ready for game number 4 with Jacob and Takata.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, Queasy and Thomas might not be doing the best right now, but the good news is, Jacob, They just need to do one thing. Top 45. They just need top 45. They're in 42nd. We're in business for the upper bracket, baby. We are not far at all. It's all about that consistency. In all seriousness, one big game for the duo. I'm sure they'll be back in business, but there's a lot of competition today, Jacob.
No, it definitely is. And honestly, the way the results are shaking out with Storm Surge and the way it's really affecting teams, their game plan, their strategy, and how they're able to play the end game is actually more surprising. And that's what happens when you're just not able to adapt to some of these changes on the fly as quickly as others. So I'm going to be looking at, the Queasy, Thomas, the Snazy, Podesai, Gearus, and Chari, who are all below that threshold for the upper bracket to really make this last half of the day count, and it starts right now with game 4.
Little over halfway through our last qualifier before the semifinals. This is the last chance for these players to qualify. As we can see, quite a horizontal split here. Good news is for the southern teams, they will not have to travel very far. I'm curious to see how the contestations might change up as Malibuka and Merstash right off the rip. 50-50 for the chest. And Turtle is actually going to be the one securing that shotgun first. Merstash has been taken out. Malibuka now left as a solo.
Yeah, just a huge switch up. Everybody realized, their position on the leaderboard. This is the second half of the day, and I thought I saw Noms go down in an earlier game to Merstash or Malibuka. So this isn't the first time they've contested at Redline Rig, and they're leaving Grim Gates to try to make this happen. As Malibuka by himself. Here's somebody coming up, tries to make the play. Only 54 damage. As Nam zips up and takes him out and takes out the Major 1 champs.
Even hit him with an emote. That's
Salt and boom.
That's fighting terms right there, Jacob. We're gonna have some interesting last matches of the day over at Redline Rig, but the battles aren't done yet. Sky and Scroll, so much momentum in the initial matches, but they ended up going down with, I believe, 0 points in Pleasant Piazza in the most recent match. So they've held on to a decent spot on the leaderboard. Apologies. However, I don't think they're going to want to afford another 0-point game. Being in third place, they're more than comfortable. However you want. They want that first place finish. They are competitors after all. And they want to do the best they can. But this early game engagement, it's going to be what decides that.
For Alex and Rickboard, the 40 points coming out of 1 game. And we're talking about what these teams need, what placement, about a top 23 finish for Alex and Rickboard. You see them already in 28th place, and it really goes through this. Sky and Scroll, if they want to take this fight, they get that early surge, a couple points, and momentum to start their game. And already it looks like they have a good advantage, the elevation, and they're just kind of knocking at the doors above. And that gives them way more options if they want to disengage, if they want to keep a hold of this position. They got to make that decision quick. There is somebody coming in from the third party.
Yeah, we talked about adaption and seeing that the last game, there was an early game fight in the same location that staggered out. The third parties came through and they said, if it happened last match, why isn't it going to happen again? So they're kind of hunting around, waiting to see if an opportunity arises for them to play extra aggressive. As Demas and Saren here. Stars, was it? What Vinny Miner said it means in Welsh, the name?
Ooh, I like it. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Was that a hip fire? was that?
It might have just been.
Just to hit that shot. He's like, okay, I did what I came to do. I got my shot. And you can see how well they're playing. Shots like that is just a story of their game. One of the few teams that plays top 10 in every game so far today, which is surprising because we're also talking about how chaotic it is, how every team is finding struggles, whether if it's one game or the next, but they're still figuring out a way to be consistent.
Look at this. Sky went down, and Scroll is still up. And you might think, okay, Scroll clutched the 1v2. He's got 0 elims, so clearly not here. The question that I'm asking myself is, what happened? Because there's no duos even chasing them. Looks like Cammy might be left alone here as well, as he's getting aggressed on by 2 players.
Look, I have to imagine Seti's down because he's nowhere inside on the mini-map. Cola being popped by Polish. Teammate just trying to go in, trying to get those multiple angles, and Seti and Cammy in their consistent run has finally met a roadblock here in game number 4. And that's a good amount of confidence to start building up. Confidence that you've needed, because the first half of the day did not go their way, not even a single bit. And this is a team that's looking to kind of make some history in their own mind and qualify for their the grand finals.
I mean, being in 6th place, they should have good odds here.
Yeah.
Chapantini, though, once again, making use of those nitro rings to get the zone. You can see they have that forecast tower in sight, and it doesn't look like there's any players around there.
At least not just yet. One of the
Not
first
yet.
There. They're gonna get the launch pad, build up on the mountain above, build up around the actual forecast tower, make it look intimidating for a team if they do want to try to move over to the forecast tower and try to make it part of their own game plan. Hydro just kind of gets tagged up. That's Pablo and Tony. Doesn't look like they're gonna get all aggressive just yet. They're just kind of looking for surge. You see them disengaging out. But it doesn't just stop there. There is another team towards the eastern side of Kaido and Hydra they got to watch out for.
Yeah, they're aware of their surroundings, so shouldn't do anything to put them in a situation they don't want to be in. In the meantime, though, by Mount Olympus, we do have a bit more aggression here. Cormick is going to have to be careful. Going to have to turn into the GOAT if he wants to get out of this situation here. Both players with almost 200 effective HP and shield, aggressing from various sides at once. It's difficult to come out on top.
Yeah, especially by yourself. His only saving grace right now is that third party that's just above them trying to move in and causing a little bit of distraction for him to get out. Sleevan's a critical right now. It just seems like they're just persistent, just trying to take multiple angles until it finally ends right there. And luckily for them, that third-party team did not move a single inch in this direction. But it's still something that, even though they don't have that information, we all got to be aware of, because they can come crashing down at a moment's notice, just like this. Over on the other side of the map, Haris and iDrop versus Gears and Chari. And I already talked about Gears and Chari needing a minimum placement today if they want to reach that upper bracket side of things, which is not easy at all. They need about 25th, and they're just outside of that.
Haris and iDrop have been having a tough day today. I feel like every time we look at them, they're in a fight, and they're not on the winning end. They're always low on HP, low on shield. All the loot is being used up in these early to mid-game engagements, and it's not quite going their way, but all it takes is a couple good matches. We've seen how the leaderboard can shift in just one solid match from these players, so hopefully soon enough we'll see that happen. Chap now has lost Teeny. We talked about that forecast tower battle. They were the first ones to make it there, but it seems like the opposing duo that contested them might have been the victors this time around, so Chap is now going to be forced to get a reboot onto Teeny and kind of slowly make their way back into the match.
Yeah, even though Chapatini do land towards the Nitro Drome, which is contested, they're a team that you kind of look at the drop map, they're like, okay, this is our Nitro Drome. And then you see little things on the outside. That's the forecast tower. They want that. They want the bunker. They want everything in and around their POI, which sometimes might end up with their demise because they bite off just a little bit more than they can chew. They get separated. And now you kind of see an example of that here again in this game with a chance to try to get the reboot back. But Fanai and Adela off a fresh win to kind of close out the half in Game 3. They have 99 points, though. Still not necessarily where they want to be in terms of confidence, but they're slowly but surely building that up with that game win.
"71 players up. Storm Surge today has been a lot more active than in the previous qualifier. So you can tell that these players are learning and adapting and able to stay up longer. Could it be the changes to Nitro that's just causing less players to get eliminated overall, meaning Storm Surge is taking stronger? Or is it just these players adapting? As it looks like iDrop and Haris, I spoke about it. They've been having some tough fights in the mid game, but after taking out Scroll, now they're looking, I wasn't going to say healthier, but to be fair, 5 total builds for iDrop. It's not like Scroll had a lot of loot either. That's another almost 0-point game for Sky and Scroll after the incredible start they had. It's probably going to drop them down the leaderboard quite a bit.
Yeah, sometimes it's not always how you start, but how you finish. Reason and Vidil, 80 points so far. They're definitely up there on the leaderboard, and they don't necessarily need it to kind of clinch their spot in the upper bracket, or at least not just yet. They still need to perform just a little bit better. 62nd on the series point leaderboard for them. So they have their lower bracket, they have their semifinal spot secured. They just need a little bit more to make sure that they have the upper bracket secured.
That's what's important. Semifinals are incredibly hard to qualify to, but even then, being in the upper bracket of semifinals is difficult, but if you manage to do it, the amount of opportunities you get to qualify directly to the grand finals is significantly more than the lower bracket. So you want to do anything possible to try and get the job done.
Team here, even though they have their lower bracket spot secured, anything less than a first place means they're going to be stuck in that lower bracket. At least they're just kind of playing with very little pressure compared to some that have to go ahead and have much higher stakes, much harder for them to kind of achieve. You get a little bit heartbroken if you don't kind of make out for it, but at least you have a few weeks to kind of replan, reassess the situation, figure out if it's exactly where you want to drop. As Chap is finally getting spotted out. That's Noms and Turtle that know that he is a solo. He's unable to get the reboot card back up and Teeny back into the game just yet. So now we really get to see what he's made of. It's a nice shot to be landed by Turtle. And there it goes, back-to-back shots. Turtle ends that one with E. Just a sliver of HP, not close
I
at all.
swear that
Not
was
even
one.
close.
I swear he had 1 HP, 100% after that engagement. Good news is Noms were there to save the day if worst was gonna come to worst. However, for Fastroki, Raban, and Alex Rigbor, they're in their little box fight as well here. So Strokey had a quick opening, fortunately enough though, still 76 shield. Big shot potentially connecting. It's going to be a 91. My question is, initially I thought this could just be back and forth for a bit of damage, but seeing that there's only 6 builds for Strokey, they either are going to want to go back and recuperate their materials or finish this engagement off. If you look at the mini-map, they're getting chased right now. So it looks like this fight might have to finish in a battle.
Yeah, that was good damage for Rigbor and Alex. And it's good for them to kind of turtle down. They waited until they healed up to go back on that chase. They know exactly where Fastroki and Robon are at. So even though they're not safe in the zone, they know it's not too far away until they find that safety. They're just going to go ahead and rotate, maybe gatekeep them out and worry about them later, because even though they have a little bit more builds, a little bit more resources for them to use, you know as well as I do, in 4th zone looking like this, nah, this is not where you want to be. So disengaging, the smart play, try to loot up, get those resources that you need if you want to make it deep into this game 4.
First island has appeared. The first duo now looking to claim it. Will there be a contestation, though? It looks like there might be. The pressure needs to be applied now, though. You have to show that you want to fight it, or on the other hand, give it up. There are rifts below that they can use to rotate, but it looks like they weren't too interested in fighting that one out.
Not just yet. Not just yet, at least. And this is going to be a good amount of loot that they're getting. Not necessarily the materials, but once they capture the actual rift, they're going to get a little bit of an upgrade. And if you see that Rift Island is on the north side of where the map is currently at in the zone, we are going to move towards the south. Maybe even a far east pool. So a lot of these teams that are already positioned on that side of the map have to make that conscientious decision. Do you continue to go deep, hope for some sort of 50-50 go in your favor, or do you just stay all the way towards the edge, risk that far pool? But for more often than not, like I've been talking about, it does pull away from that Rift Island.
Ooh, Saren has been knocked out. Lunas left alone now. Looks like he is gonna choose to pop that Flowberry Fizz. I was thinking if he's considering going through the Nitro Ring, and it's gonna be Akira and Easy. On the other hand, kind of taking shots. I don't know, I'm trying to think of the reboot here. What's the potential? What are the options? There's quite a lot of duos in the surrounding area. Rift Island as well, close by. Any reboot you do is gonna alert the players around you, so
Yeah, it's tough because he's center zone as well. So if he's going to try to go out of zone, He has a far rotation to go as we tune right back into a fight. As Alex and Rickbor finally get the confidence to push into the zone. They probably got the loot that they wanted. You see a couple more med kits in their inventory, a couple more heals for them to utilize. So now pushing into the zone, even though it wasn't far off to begin with, makes it a little less of a risky play and a little bit more worth it in the end. Because now they get Surge, because the early game fight, remember, it disengaged this time around, so they weren't able to get it there. And they need that 25th place, at least, to end the day on 25th.
See a quick replay of how they were able to take out Raban. Nice little side jump. Cringe and Volko taking a little campfire break. Nice little camping trip during FNCS. In terms of the rotation, they are on the east side of the zone here. No eliminations on the board, so I'm not sure how much damage they've done throughout this match, but they are on the side of the zone where there's not going to be as much contestation. So if they do want to find those tags, they might have to take the reveal reason route and play a bit more aggressive, as now 2 elims have been racked up.
That was a good find for them. Especially they knew Fast Roki's a solo. They probably saw him rotating away when Roban went down a little bit to the northwest of where they're currently at. Clean that one up, and you see there's a lot of open space for Reveal and Reason. Just a few teams trickled in and around that area that they have to worry about, but it's not going to be too much trouble for them because they already got their plan out right, waiting to gather together. Use that Nitro to go ahead and not have to use one of their splashes.
493 above, and 4 eliminations as well for the silly duo. This is looking like a potentially very strong game for this team. Let's see where they decide to base up here as they continue to recycle these Nitros. They don't necessarily have to get too deep into zone yet, as they'll have another chance to rotate here shortly. So you can see they're already starting to use more hard mats. Metal, he can even refarm the railings here, probably. I'm gonna just wait it out and see when this next zone appears. 15 seconds, decide to rotate from then. In these 5th, 4th, 6th zones, it's such a wide space that you do have a bit more options to choose your rotation, even using the environment here for the ridge. So they should be able to conserve quite a few materials when they make it to zone, especially since they don't have to focus on getting damage like Wallvax does here.
I just looked towards the side. Rift Islands there. We wanted to put a ramp. There's a lot of players just elevating sky bases of their own, so this is such a risky play and doesn't recuperate enough shields, and he goes down. Zarby wasn't even able to get the revive because, like I mentioned earlier in the day, you don't get knocked, you don't get dropped, you go all the way out, and Pizosfi just hears that, takes advantage, probably saw the first teammate drop, and now they solidify that second elimination, 500 damage above the threshold, and a huge refresh on materials and resources.
4 opposing teams in the area. So the good news is they finished that quickly, and also everybody has to rotate now, so the shots will be getting taken now from these teams that are trying to make it zone. Trulex Chicho choosing to go dead center here in the 6th zone to maximize their chances for 7th here, almost guaranteeing them not a far rotate, if any rotate at all.
It's important for Trulex and Chicho because they weren't just a team that competed at the Global Championship. They won 2 different games in the finals and really made it matter to get the placing that they did. We're seeing the struggles still continue. So many players in the lobby right now, Lunex and Monier included, below on Surge, 265. That's more than just a single elimination. So even if they take down Della, it's not enough, but things come swinging. Fanayan out of nowhere, surviving with 4 HP, easing the pressure just a little bit. In comes Akira and Easy. They steal away that elimination, but Fanayan and Della, they do not care. All they care is they have survived this. What are we watching right now? Is this the new reload mode?
Chaos, I think we got the wrong mode. This is FNCS Reload. Major 3, Akira Easy taking shots down below, the pressure being applied to their walls, all while for 9 and Della are just healing down below. You gotta be careful here. Even if you come out on top in one of these engagements, it's gonna be a 3rd party, a 4th party, a 5th party. The whole squad is here, and they're hungry.
I'm just laughing because in the mini-map, there's more people rotating over in this position as Monia is just trying to survive. Cola's out, Mini's gone, Flowberry Fizz is all he has left at 142 below the threshold. He's ready to fight it out. No sense in trying to out-heal this, but a couple of missed shots.
Oh.
That is going to be it. Whether he went down to Surge or to Soar in that elimination, he is gone.
Went down fighting, 23 HP, and he was running in like he had 500. Bad news was the Surge was taking no options other than that one. For 9 Dela now, back in the game, HP recuperated, spare medkits even to go, and even a dash that they can use here. The issue is they know if they play aggressive with the amount of duos surrounding them, it might not even be worth it. All they got to do is stay up here. They have enough damage. They're in the zone. And they just want to stay up. But you got to be careful. Thomas HD and Queasy, they catch for 9 from the back. The surprise attack successfully executed as now Dela is left alone.
That was perfect by Queasy and Thomas. They saw all this noise going down. They're like, what is that? And they're probably like, do we want to be a part of it? Do we not want to be a part of it? But they slowly rotated in. They tunneled for safety because they knew how dangerous it was. And they snuck that elimination away. And now you can see they're not playing too risky. They got their damage from Surge, 383 above. They got the refresh. They got the materials. And now they just need to worry about staying alive. Because you got to imagine with players still fighting for this long, he's got to be down on Surge in that direction.
You can see now the northwest side of the zone. Not a single duo in sight. All depending on where there's half in, half out pulls. We're going to see a lot of duos rotating or none at all. And look at that. Pulling right towards the congested side. So quite a few lucky duos here. Demas, though, not going to be one of them.
And it's just unfortunate that he has a DMR, and then on top of that, he doesn't have a lot of medium ammo. This probably would have been fun if he had a Thunderburst or some sort of AR to join into the mix, saying, hey, one of my shots will accidentally sneak through. But now he has to be precise. He has to be very, very calculated. With Storm Surge now ticking the shields down, 126 below, he has to start going on the hunt, and his first look is all the way towards the bottom. He knows there's at least one cactus there, and he's hoping that is going to be enough to try to keep him alive for Storm Surge. I think it might be.
Popped. He's gonna need more than some apples though, Jacob. I don't know. 29 HP. Waiting. Clock ticking, and it appears just in time. 4 HP brought back to 34, but as the ticks continue, drop to 9, 1 tick away, and Demas is out.
Yeah, he just needed one player to drop. Unfortunately, that one player that did drop for that moment was him, but we're going into the next zone with Storm Surge on yet again. These players are going through everything just to try to survive as Trulex and Chicho, the bare minimum, 95. Cringe, Volko, a different story, 110 below, but they found one. That's Chari on the other side. Great shots, but it's still not enough, especially now that he is going to be by himself. Volko probably went down to the Storm.
Lost the surge from Volko, 58 below. Now Cringe left alone. Good amount of loot and materials to work with, but he needs that damage. Pressure's being applied to him from above. It could be a potential opening to shoot back and trade those shots. However, just being 3 below, it's not like he has to risk too much at all. Mini's being popped, looking for that opening. Currently, the leader of players that are up right now in 4th place. Both 2nd and 3rd have gone down. Nitro is going to get popped now. Rotate comes through. Nice little shot connecting. It's going to put him above, but he's been cracked now. 73 HP and no more shields to recuperate.
Yeah, instantly falls below the threshold. There's 9 players. 9 players that need to go down. Out-healing this is not going to be an option for Cringe. Maybe he's just trying to survive for a couple extra placement points, but Emil Seb, they again have the high ground late into the game, but Night Zone, it might be a little too early. Hopefully they're not too comfortable at this stage.
Emil annihilating the lobby with 6 eliminations already, looking to take out Vadil as well. Just a couple more shots needed to connect. They're playing quite close to 2nd height here, but they're doing a good job applying that pressure, making sure that they know that eyes are on them. They do not want to let anybody retake their height here. Staying connected, staying calm as Vadil's gone down.
Yeah, as Drew took him down, but Alex, Rickbor, they're making magic happen with these games here. top 16. They got 9th in that last game where most of their points came from. Snazy, Podesai, we talked about their storyline. Type 11 is needed here on the day if they want the upper bracket, and the struggles continue. They're above on Surge, but shots coming in from every which way. But luckily, they found seconds, valuable seconds here to stagger. Pop the floppers, 1 mini. That's going to have to do it because Snazy needs to keep moving forward.
90 points now. 94 was top 11 going into this match, so they're getting closer and closer to securing that qualification to the upper bracket. This game is crucial for them as the Silly duo is still on high ground, both looking healthy. Low ground, though, it's going to be dangerous in these next zones.
Yeah, and you don't want to go down there. There might be some shields, but that is a one-way trip to not being able to get out. Flowberry Fizz, Nitro Splash, the zone now pushing him in, but the medkit comes out. They know in order to get a couple more placement points to at least get half in the game so far, they're going to have to stagger themselves, and the only way to do that is with a medkit.
Emil now left alone. Seb has gone down, going to be forced to drop. Just 3 builds left. It's all wood as well, as his duo partner drops a couple more. Now going to be forced to the backside of the zone and play it slow, secure as much placements as possible, but it looks like a high ground retake might be coming through from Turtle and his duo.
Yep. Waiting for that perfect moment. Like I said, 10th zone might be a little too early, but Emil still running wild towards the backside of the zone. Finally gets a foot in. No more taking that HP damage. You're going to need it to survive. Even if you only have that Flowberry Fizz, that's going to get you up to 1 HP, but it's still one shot. Snaz goes down. Dandir's trying to stay alive. They solidified that high ground positioning, passing over the medkits. They have to start it off early, but just a little too late. They go down.
No, Emil as well jumps up and says, high ground's mine again. No, it's not. Gets taken out to zone. Hi, Joe. Kaido now with another elimination onto Snazy. Both Snazy Podesai have been knocked out now. Could it be enough for top 11 as the low ground battle continues?
Yep, 2 duos, 2 solos left in the game. And the duos are both on that low ground. Turtle is hiding straight above the rest, and Tony's just trying to sneak a couple extra placements. The Cola, the Fizz, popping that shields up to tip-top shape, or as best it can be as the 2 duos finally clash off. Hydro gets the first knock. Kaido is there to defend the day, and now they're officially the only duo left alive.
Brought to double-digit eliminations, this duo is looking to clean it up. The question is, Turtle's up top on height. Does he have heals? Does he have medkits? Or is he going to be forced to drop down 1 medkit in the inventory? Slight potential for a heal off. Issue is, he pops it early. He has no materials to stay on this height. He might have just popped it too early, Jacob.
No, I think he might have. He might have had the only heal in the game. If he was able to save it for heal off, that would have been great. But if you can't make it to that stage, it's almost all for nothing. As Ice versus Turtle, he's scrambling around. Just a few more ticks to the zone. In comes Hydro, and they steal the game away yet again. The strong duo on the low ground switch things up, not needing that elevation above.
Hydro, Kaido, 12 eliminations and the win to close it out. I thought for a second Turtle might have been able to clutch it up. The issue was no materials. He didn't have a lot of options to play off the heal game. The other solo was battling him as well, and it looks like Chemistry came out on top as the only duo that was up, secured the VR.
Yeah, just unfortunate the way that one played out, because right here, the 2 duos, the only 2 strong members clashed. They went against each other. Ice was down there chopping Turtle like you were talking about, forces him to make a decision. It was the one that he's going to regret, and then Hydro and Kaido, smooth sailing on the low ground. Very few people they even turned up against other than that duo, and now they have won the game. And that's a big game for them, because there's only 2 left after this.
Yeah, I mean, not only the 12 eliminations, but combined with that VR, I'm curious to see how much that bumps them up the leaderboard. But even for Turtle, that was a solid game. Top 3 finish is a good amount of placement. So we're going to head to a break, and when we're back, we'll check out that leaderboard. See you soon.
welcome back to FNCS, and a huge congratulations to Haijo and Kaito, who before the break managed to get themselves a victory royale. Now, this 11 is a duo we have seen constantly challenging for the victory royale in those end games. What was the thing that got them over the line this time around?
I think when you look at in terms of how they were able to just power through in a lot of the fights, right? You know, a lot of the times teams will have, you know, the right idea behind it, but it's about having the execution, and they executed very, very well in this game. Both of them hitting a bunch of shots, and so, yeah, it was nice to see them finally get what they deserved.
Yeah, really nice to see. And I had a couple of questions about this duo going into today. Of course, contested by QNDX and Phantom down there at the Little Dirty Docks area at the bottom of the map. And they've been performing pretty well so far. They've gone down or spawned twice, but the games that they haven't gone down or spawned, they've had an 8th and, of course, now a 1st with 12 eliminations. Huge, huge moments for this duo because, of course, they do need a 1st place overall today to qualify to the upper bracket. They're already solidified inside of that lower bracket, but I know they'll have their eyes set on that upper bracket. So if they can get themselves close to that 1st place spot or in that 1st place spot by the end of the day, that's going to be most crucial for them. So I'm sure we'll see on the leaderboards, but that's where they're aiming at today.
It's been really interesting to watch these end games and seeing the high ground. Obviously fought over. It's always being fought over. I mean, this is high ground after all. Everyone's going to want to challenge for it. But the fact that I feel like we're not seeing a duo really dominate like, say, Swizzy and Vanyak did when you think back to those major final weekend games, I should say. But should we talk about Silly Seb and Emil? Because these are boys who are challenging again and again for the high ground. They're not there until the end, but it is working out in their favour as far as the leaderboard is looking, Levin.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough game for them in terms of just the way the zone sort of pulled, right? You can see here, we're sort of in the ravine, the zone's pulling up towards Nitro, and I expect a lot of people to go down, right, at this point, but not many people did. It's because everyone just started using all their mats. You can see all that fully built metal, right? Everyone's just expending everything they can, and so there wasn't really that many opportunities for them to go and actually get refreshes and keep them going in this game, because you can see here, they're up on high. They just run out of match, right? They run out of steam. There wasn't enough refresh opportunities for them, or at least they didn't get aggressive enough to be able to sustain themselves up there. But all in all, it was nice to see them up on high again. Unfortunately, the zone, and then this was this is a tough way to go down. I'd say. Yeah, man. Just adapt, really. Honestly, you just got to adapt in those situations. Honestly.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of teams that are playing for that height, and especially today, we're seeing teams trying to go for height, trying to hold height as much as they can, particularly in these last 2 games as well, for as long as they can. And it's just not going to be, it's not enough for the teams at the moment. They're not having enough materials to keep riding out height. And I think a key reason for that is the Nitro nerfs that we've seen. The fact that low ground to mid ground is a lot more secure now. A lot of teams are able to save a lot more materials and not getting nitroed in or having to expend so many more of their mats. A lot of teams are finding themselves, actually, we have a lot more materials than we're used to having here. Why don't we play for height? And I think that's going to be a key element as to what we're going to see throughout this meta now, because so many more teams are less secure on height because all the teams down below have more materials.
Let's take a look at the standings. All of our duos are trying their hardest to make it into next weekend's upper bracket. Oh, next weekend. I keep saying next weekend. I'm so sorry. It just comes so naturally to me to say next week.
We won't be there.
Yeah, I mean, we can jump in for some reload games. Why not? Let's see if they want to broadcast those.
Nah,
they
you're
won't.
not part of us.
I'm busy.
Yeah, what a shame. You're always busy when I DM you guys. So let's take a look then, obviously, at what's going on here and cast your eyes on our 5th place duo. Ice, Choco, Vanille, and then I apologise in advance to this player. Super cool?
It was a nice try.
Thanks,
we'll just go with Ice Shock, Vanille, and his duo. They've been performing pretty well so far today. They've been improving throughout the day. Looking at their placements, they've had a 20th, 19th, 12th, and now a big 3rd place. Huge momentum shift for these guys, and hopefully they can bring that into these last 2 games. Playing the low to mid ground in this particular game in a difficult position to do that. Levin, you highlighted it. The zone pulled back over that ravine. So many players down below were using a lot of materials, so it was difficult for them to play that. But a little solo clutch here towards the end, but wasn't quite enough for them to get the win.
Yeah, of course, right? Newer players to the scene, and so I mean, we've been highlighting this a bunch today. It's an opportunity this season in EU to sort of burst onto the scene and make your name known. And so hopefully, you know, with some more better performances, Frankie will get it right, my friend. But you gotta keep placing on the leaderboards for that to happen. I mean, again, as you look through the leaderboard, of course, we're talking about a bunch of new players, but there are still players we're familiar with here. Of course, the likes of Sky Scroll, Pablo, Seti, Kami, but Snazy, Podeside in 10th in particular. When I look at these guys, right, it's been an interesting journey because obviously last season they were on not the favorable side of a very tumultuous Osborne battle against Tayson and Venno. Come grand finals, they came out on top of a fair amount, but now that they don't have to worry about that, it's a new season, they've sort of reset. You know, it's been a big test to see what level are these guys going to be at. Are these guys going to perform at a level that's going to get them to the global championships? Because they've been household names in EU for years now, Minnie.
Yeah, they have. And I mean, today they're needing a big top 11 I'm looking at right now to qualify to that upper bracket. So they're in 10th right now. They're in that position. Can they keep it?
I think they can, but we'll find out soon enough because we're ready for game number 5 with Takata and Jacob.
This has been such exciting gameplay so far, Takata, throughout these first 4 games, but you hear them talking about the leaderboard, where players are positioned. Some need a top 11, some need a 45th, others need a first place. So I'm gonna go ahead and say Silly Seb and Emil, they're playing great right now in first place. That's exactly where they need to finish.
That's going to be tough, though, because we're still a couple matches to be played out. You got to make the best of them. You have other duos, like you said. I think it's Thomas HD, Queasy. They need top 45. Kami Seti, top 35. Podesai and Snazy, top 11. So being in 10th place, they're close, but still the job is not done. And with the contestations, we're also seeing off spawn Merstash Malabuka doing the 50-50 at red line. So we'll see who comes out on top because the battle bus is ready. Let's get right into the game.
It's honestly really brave for the teams contesting Brutal and Redline, not necessarily because they're going against some of the best, but they're going against 2 players that already have their global championship spot secured. They already have an upper bracket spot secured. So if you want to go ahead and be the best, you got to beat the best, but that is a lot of risk to put down into your last weekend, especially these being the last 2 games.
You got to do what you got to do, and that's what these players have in mind. You can see Emil and Seb now are uncontested or just gapping the drops from their opponents, but they should have their loop path planned out already and be able to finish this off pretty quickly. On the other end, though, we can see what is going on with Haijo and Kaido. We saw this engagement in the first 2 matches. QNDX Phantom playing on Europe now, switching to one of the harder, I'd say more difficult regions to play on from the player base. But they've done a good job, Jacob.
Yeah, so far, I think it's about like 2-2 in the on-spawn game so far. And even though QNDX and Phantom have not won an FNCS together, they both individually have hosted and held the Axe of Champions. So they're kind of ready to take on a new region, a big challenge. And so far, I think we do agree. They're not necessarily performing the best here in this round, but they are surprising a lot of people. They could win this fight here, figure out a way to turn these games into something, because that's the biggest difference between Hydro and Kaido. And the games that they are winning off of spawn, they're turning them into long games, a lot of points. And here comes the attack. Hydro trying to catch somebody off guard. Unfortunately, finds no success, or at least for that moment. He tries again, gets QNDX, but Phantom turns the trade. It is going to come down to a 1v1, but no builds. And Kaido has just a sliver of HP.
No way.
Uh-oh.
No way.
Bubble shield. Oh my, I thought he was going to be able to get saved by the bubble shield. Haijo and Kaido, the way they separated in 2 different angles, forcing him to kind of whip his mouse around on that mouse pad.
Be careful, though. If you looked at the mini-map, third party comes through. Props has an exciting sight ahead of him. Haijo now forced to pop this Flowberry Fizz. It's going to recuperate just a little bit of shield, but without too much time to breathe. It looks like the launch pad was trying to be hit, but it got blocked off, and now Kaido trying to do what he can to get out of the situation as Haijo swims away. Can they escape, though? Kaido's been eliminated. Haijo running as Prop slowly catches up to him. The materials are going to be running low as well. Shots coming through. And it looks like this might be the end of the road for Haijo. One more match left to make something happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, QNDX and Phantom don't get a chance. Nobody wins this off spawn. And honestly, I do like that play where you try to turn, take the 1v1 while you can. There is a lot of space between him and his opponent, just unfortunately wasn't really able to land the damage that mattered. This is Alex and Rickboar. Scrolling Sky, another monster shot on the both of them, one after the next, and Alex is ready to go in for the elimination, but he puts himself in a trap. Two different angles. It costs him. He goes down. Now Rickboar by himself. Luckily for him, his teammate did some damage. He scrapes the toe. The Achilles heel only gets about 20, and he runs into the same problem, but this time he has an answer. It's Scroll who gets chopped down, leaving into a 1v1 versus him and Sky, and both players in this situation are just down to just slivers of HP and shield.
Rickboar popping 2 minis, medkit as well. Gonna just take the time to get that effective HP and shield advantage here. But meanwhile, Sky might try and bait the res, but not gonna have time as Scroll now is gonna get fully eliminated. Nice shots connected by Rickboar. Another 2 now. Just one big shotgun shot. It's all it's gonna take for Rickboar to eliminate Sky from 2 or 3 incredible matches to start off the day. Sky and Scroll have had back-to-back almost 0-point games, and now with the potential of another one.
And this is what I like about Rickboar and Alex is they realize the situation they're in. Instead of kind of just all inning every single chance, they just disengage. They're not afraid to kind of, I wouldn't say admit defeat, but just look for everything that they need elsewhere. But he just runs into a trap. Robon fast Roki, and they are just that fast on the chase and take him down with 1 game left. Rickboar and Alex need to figure out how to make things work if they want to get in on the upper bracket side of things.
Now they're hunting down Sky. They know there's most likely another player around here as they kept an eye on the feed. They might have seen Scroll get eliminated and say, huh, still got a duo partner somewhere around here. Good news is, though, Sky quickly was able to get out of the POI as they were taking out the other solo there. You can look at Redline Rig. Once again, Merstash and Malabuka, 2 eliminations. So it looks like they won the initial off-spawn engagement. However, there's more players here now.
This is something I feel like that we could see, whether if it's semifinals, lower or upper bracket, whether if it's the grand finals. Redline Rig, we all talked about it at the beginning of the show. Levin broke it down, the #1 voted POI by us as casters. And a lot of the big name pros, no matter what region, are landing there as well. So the threat of getting contested, we saw it season after season, whether it was Grim Gates or any of these other POIs that just have the best possible loot that you can kind of grab. I think this is good practice for them, to be honest, knowing that they have a chance to get contested. And on the other side of things, Fast Roki and Robon, they finished 1 fight out of Pleasant Piazza and immediately go down to iDrop and Haris.
They're locked in right now. Haris and iDrop, I talked about it earlier, a little bit of a rough start, getting eliminated a lot in the early game, even mid-game, but these most recent matches, they've been popping off. Now, on the top end of the leaderboard, this could be a solid way for them to finish off the tournament here. For 7, Emil. They were holding on strong to high ground in the previous match. Got a lot of placement points. Just weren't able to finish it off. An unfortunate ending due to Nitro. However, with 174 points, they've got nothing to worry about.
Frazian, Rakuzan, just one of those teams that we saw in that fight not too long ago in that last game where it was just so chaotic, but they were the ones that actually survived the longest, that were there the longest. As with Juvenile, Thomas, Queasy. Does look like they continue to find just a little bit of struggles in that early game, getting chased off of what looks like that forecast tower in this direction. That would have been huge because a lot of their rotations are deep into zone, late to the rotate. If they're able to get something like that and figure out a way to kind of add that into the game plan, it would be huge for their success. They can kind of plan ahead for the rotations and try to get as much tags as possible.
That's the hope. They have bumped themselves up the leaderboard quite a bit. Previous match, they were 42nd, 32nd now. All they need is the top 45, so They're in good qualifying range. Volko and Cringe up by Rebels with one Elam on the board. I'm not sure where the solo might have went. I don't think there was anybody inside on the minimap, yeah.
Maybe they just thought he was there. One of those kind of situations, or maybe just went a whole other direction. See, Grimgate was once one of the hottest BOYs last season. You're seeing just not a lot of activity over here unless you're building a Surge Tower, because it is center map, which is good. As Cam meets Seti, they're trying to make up for that last game where they went down just a little bit earlier than they would have hoped. And it's easy. It's Akira on the other side. Kant's a duo that I had high hopes for, and so far, 11th place. They are performing pretty well and pretty consistent for the first couple rounds and weeks that they played so far.
Not doing too bad at all. They're going against experienced veterans. Cammy and Seti are not going to stop that pressure from coming through. Akira getting closer and closer to that bunker. You can hear opening right now. Will they stall out this engagement? If Akira and his duo decide to go inside of the bunker, will they try and hold them, as the zone has pulled pretty far, so rotate's eventually gonna have to come through. For Seti, though, he has been hit. Not enough to crack him, but the back and forths are strong with these duos.
And unfortunately enough, even though Akira and Easy do have control of the actual bunker door and all the surrounding pieces, they can't go in. If you go in, you trap yourself, and you're basically admitting defeat to Seti and Cammy and forcing them to decide when you get to rotate on out. That's why you see them still fighting for this position. Cammy and Seti not wanting to give it up. Zone pulling away is a little bit of a blessing in disguise, so only the nosy players will hear this noise and want to rotate on over. It being the bunker, it does have a little bit of a possibility, but as of now, it does look like they're going to get all the time in the world to duke it out.
Looks like Cammy might have just replaced the cone and roof for the bunker side almost. No, it looks like Easy still has it. But this is kind of a stalemate in a sense. And both duos are just kind of putting themselves into the storm to fight this out. You see Easy has no medkits in his inventory. I'm not sure what Cammy and Seti have in terms of heals. Looks like it's 4 floppers for Cammy. Potentially more for Seti. So this might be a dangerous game for Easy and Akira if they want to stay here much longer.
Yeah, they're almost leaving them no choice but to have to go into the bunker and get some loot, but Akira tries to fight Cammy, who lands 2 great shots, goes for a third onto Easy. That's going to land, but it's not going to do a ton of damage, but luckily Seti's there. He's trying to keep the pressure on. Doesn't want to let either one of these players heal for free, as Akira's finally going to get dropped down. Easy now stuck in a 1v2 situation, and he meets that same fate. Seti, with that additional angle, makes the difference.
You can see the excitement. Cammy's the king, as now the bunker is going to be secured by this duo. You can see them going right on in. A little bit of extra loot. Merstash Malabuka, not only did they secure their 2 eliminations off the start, but now they're hungry for more. Shield's low, but they've got enough to recuperate it. By the Lavish Lair, they have to be careful as there are duos surrounding them. And I think they know that, so most likely going to back up to conserve those shields. They are going to trade the medallion back and forth to recuperate that shield over time.
And I feel like you can kind of see what made this such a risky fight. Hard to win, hard to get out. It's Trulex and Chicho that are positioned just on the outside north of Lavish Lair, which means anybody kind of rotating out is susceptible to a couple of shots, and they're going straight into them. And that's where it's going to count. Chicho, with his eyes on the prize, is able to get the drop. And you see all the loot getting passed on over. They're going to attempt the reboot, but you see them closing the distance in the minimap. Trulex, Chicho, they probably saw it was the superstar team, a big threat, and they want to take them down very, very early so they don't have to worry about it later in the game. But other people, they got that same invitation. 4th party, 5th party. You see a 6th, 7th, and 8th in the minimap as well. This is going to get dangerous, and it's going to get dangerous quick.
The invitation went out to too many duos. They were not invited. As you can see now, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 duos in the surrounding area. You do not want to start an engagement here. Malabuka seeming to be the only solo now as Merstash has been taken down. Swizzy's going to be the one aggressing onto Malabuka now. He's forced to build on up. Good use of the metal here, but with Nitro breaking on in, Malabuka now, pressure is on him. He pops his own Nitro, but it's not enough to get out. Swizzy Vanyak are going to clean it up.
Yeah, even with the changes to the Nitro, those freshly built builds are just easily able to kind of burst through when both of you are running at max speed. And the way Vanyak and Swizzy joined the fight, they boxed up at the bottom, said, nah, we've been here the whole time. You've been fighting us, and you're going to have to go through us if you want to come out alive. They've already taken down one big team in this position, Trulex and Chicho. They are long gone. They realize how risky it actually was, and they don't want to risk all their game for this, even though they are at the top of the series point leaderboard or as close to it as possible.
Pretty solid loadout for Vanyak and Swizzy as well. I mean, not much more you could ask for, especially after taking out Murstache and Malabuka and getting that medallion. For Emil and Seb, they're looking strong as well. They have some duos rotating in from zone. I'm not sure if they're aware of it, but with 0 eliminations, it could open up for a potential damage opportunity. Being at the Reckless Railways as well, kind of more on that southern east side of the map. I'm not sure how many duos are going to be already based up there.
They're just trying to get anything they can get. Apples, corn, bananas. See the blue cap mushrooms that they're saving for later. Hey, if you have an empty slot, why not? Figure out a way to make it work. As we continue to look around the lobby, you know, Demas and Sren, one of the teams, they were just on fire to start the day. At one point, we were talking about the only team to get top 10 in every single game, but sometimes, you know, in a 6-game format, this is the finals, the best of the region qualifying into here. It is going to be probably one of the more harder experiences, especially if you're used to playing in rounds 1, 2, and 3.
It's a difficult experience, but also it's great practice. Seeing that these are the qualifiers, you want to be your best version of yourself for the semifinals and grand finals, so being able to practice against the best is how you're going to improve more effectively, efficiently. Nice little shot from Cringe. Good way to play passive. Wow. However, he's got to be careful. Even though he got the initial shot, doesn't look like it scared Chicho or Trulex at all. They were ready to get right back into the action. Volko was hitting them with a little flank, but unable to connect any shots, as now that back and forth is just going to be used for the damage that they got.
Yeah, there's even like a third-party team on the mountain just above the bunker on that east side of the minimap. They were the ones also shooting in this direction. Got those couple tags onto Crim, so it wasn't even Trulex and Chicho who got that 50 or so shield gone. It was a whole nother team. And you're seeing a lot of activity from the north side towards the south side, but with the zone continuously moving up towards the north, where Ice and his duo are currently positioned, there's going to be a lot of opportunity once they look towards the backside of zone to try to get damage for Surge, but they don't necessarily need because it just deactivated.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot more players here now. We talked about it earlier, but Surge has been more active today than the last qualifiers by a significant amount. So the players are staying up a lot longer than they usually are. It might be due to the nitro change, or it might just be due to it being the last chance for these duos to qualify to the semifinals. Thomas HD Queasy. They've been looking for that big pop-off game. Unable to get a good one yet, but this could be the one, Jacob.
I'm just kind of hoping it's going to be the one. It's really just been Storm Surge. Storm Surge has been one of the biggest issues that even when they do make it into zone, they can't just position themselves where they want to because they're usually just on the hunt, knocking on a box or not necessarily getting the shots they want from a distance. But once again, they get a far pull. So hopefully when it comes to the damage they were able to accumulate early in the game, it's enough so they can focus on just the rotation. Pablo and Tony, a.k.a. Bevies, they have a similar rotation, but for them, it's just going to be a little bit easier. They do have the Nitro Ring. They can boost their way through, especially if they do want to combine it with Flowberry Fizz, if they have any.
Yeah, Pablo doesn't have one. I was trying to figure out if his duo, Bevy's had any, but we'll see shortly as they decided to just straight up go into the Nitro Ring. So it looks like no Flowberry Fizz needed. It's a pretty far rotate for this duo, and you can see on the minimap how many players already kind of boxed up on the edge there. So they most likely will be looking back, and looks like it's a fall off from a ridge, and they quickly realize this could get dangerous. So they're going to choose to go in the bush and take some shots, but Cammy and Seti might just capitalize on that.
Yeah, they heard the shots, quickly reacted though. Cammy and Seti, they don't want to fight. They just want to rotate on by. They only shot the shots to try to see if there's anybody in that bush, which there was, but Cammy taking a lot of the damage. Seti taking just a little bit more. Figure out a way to reunite and create space. They're over 800 above the damage threshold, so Storm Surge isn't necessarily worthy, but Ice Choco Vanilla's duo just trying to bull rush into the box. Cammy with just a sliver of HP, trying to survive, and this duo right here looking strong as can be, and they have no other choice. 133 below with another shot connecting onto Cammy. They're going to get that elimination, and they're going to go above the threshold, barely, but now it's going to be tenfold as they clean up that squad wipe onto Seti and Cammy and go 171 damage above that threshold.
Seti caught reading the newspaper on his middle wall. Unfortunately, both players are going to go down now. Cammy and Seti now just one more match to bring it back in the last game of the day. They're top 10 right now in 9th, but we'll see how that changes. As for 9, who's also been knocked down, but Della might just be able to pick him up in the corner of the zone here, but he hurries with the aggression from the back. It's Ju that's actually going to get knocked down without landing a single shot onto Della. Now the 1 versus 1 comes through as Asa is trying to do what he can, but it looks like both players were a little lost, and Della picked up those 2 eliminations.
It's like one of the first moves you kind of learn when playing Fortnite editing. You go up out of the box, you kind of go right back in on the other side. Great shots by Della. Unfortunately, he was not able to save Fanayan. Even if he has the reboot card, chances are very, very slim he's able to get him back into the game. So he's going to have to do this one by himself. And I will say, I talked about some things going wrong. What's going right is he is looted to the gills. Other than the rarity of his weapons, he has mats, he has resources, he has everything he needs to continue moving forward.
Set now. Shooting played a bit slow here. They know if they got players close by and a lot more rotating. They need to find a way to get damage, but they're not going to play fully aggressive for it. They're going to try and find some angles here, possibly even some shots from afar of the players rotating on in. Here are opportunities. Squeezy and Thomas, but right as they look for those, Seb gets cracked now. Going to be forced to heal up. Well, it's the perfect moment to look for shots. You don't get a lot of opportunities in these lobbies, and you got to take the ones you get.
Yeah, it's just valuable time kind of going out the window. 36 below. Kind of see it on the other side. Flowberry Fizz. Peek it through the comb. The information here. Getting ready to figure out where these players are at. 94 below. Constantly falling. They have to start getting proactive because then you're going to put yourself so far in a hole. Doesn't matter how low you dig. You cannot dig yourself out of it. Uh-oh.
Ice Choco going right into Queasy's box, knocking him down. Thomas HD now left alone. As both players are going to try and secure that loot and regroup together, but it's Seb that's close by. Will he aggress, though, is the question.
145, not a hard pull for this team as well, and they've been taking it step by step. They've taken it in stride, not making any big plays, but Emil goes down. Della finds that elimination, leaving Seb by himself. 286 above that damage threshold, and we're looking at him here because he needs a first place, a top finish here on the day if he wants to advance to the upper bracket and have the easiest road to the grand final. So if he wasn't feeling pressure enough before the day began, he is definitely feeling that pressure here.
It's not easy to get that first place finish. You know it more than anyone, and now with 176 points, there's just 2 matches left. Jacob holding on to that first place spot. It's going to change a lot. And every single point counts. Sky now, from a tough early game, somehow has clutched it up to the late game, but not in an easy situation here. Has floppers, has nitro, even the flowberry for a momentum boost. But being a solo in this lobby full of duos that are looking back at you is going to make it incredibly challenging.
Yeah, it is tough. The nerves got to be at an all-time high. And you see the shots getting landed on the other side of the door. That's Chari who goes in. I believe he was the one that even got him weak in the first place, so he basically finished that fight. And you're seeing, luckily for now, there's not a lot of mountain ranges for this hill to go on over. So it's almost smooth sailing. A lot of resources able to be saved up until this stage in the game.
Bella's gone down. Serendipitous now, looking to see what they can find. There are some solos walking by them. It's going to be Volko and Cringe all the way down below. Secure. Meanwhile, Swizzy and Vanyak, prime high ground position. However, they do have a bit of a rotate to go on that moving zone side. You can see Vexy too thinking about it, saying, should we do this? Is it our time now? Play for the high ground, but no. Vanyak and Swizzy gonna ramp on ahead. They won't take fall damage here. So they're just going to kind of keep going until either they get chopped down or they just make a sky base at this point.
I'm okay with this. I'm 100% okay with this. Everybody down below, yes, they might have some chances to look up eventually, but they're just worried about going from point A to point B, especially some of the solos. We know a couple of them are sprinkled around down below, and they're just going ahead and celebrating. They know whatever happens here, they have the splash. Now that everything comes crashing down, they can continue to join the fun.
Look in the sky, the shots are going to come through. Have you been training your aim enough to take out Swizzy Vaniac? Maybe not, as iDrop's going to be the one being almost taken out in the air. Gets cracked. Vaniac, Swizzy have an opportunity to go back up, but they're going to choose to play it a bit slow here. Fizz is going to get popped. Nitro's going to get popped. They're going to wait to see where this zone pulls, as now they slowly make their way back up to the high ground, but they have challengers. It's iDrop and Haris.
Yeah, and they're ready to fight for it tooth and nail. We know once they're up there, they get so comfortable, and this is where the battle's breaking it down. Vaniac, Swizzy, hopefully they have enough builds to hold on, but it doesn't matter. He gets stomped out right now. Haris was able to get that elimination, maintain the position above, but iDrop, it comes at a sacrifice. Now everybody gets dropped and lost as solos, but he still has the 3 medkits. Yeah, he might need to use one now to get up to tip-top shape, but those second 2, they're valuable for placement.
Fighting to the stars, and now it's opened up a chance for these other duos that wanted high ground. 3 of them ran up at the same time, but it looks like Tidy and his duo partner are going to be the ones that already have 10 eliminations and have secured prime positioning.
Yep, double Flowberry Fizz, Nitro splashes, a crash landing is not going to be a worry for them as they continue to look down. That's going to be Tony, aka Bevies, who gets spotted down, separated from Pablo and Goo, and there's only so much he can do. He has to let him go down. He cannot be a hero in that situation, and that's a good amount of resources that Tidy went down for. That can keep him up there for years.
Pablo as well going down. Nathan CZB trying to crawl the way up this hill. They have a solid position. The zone also might just be pulling back to their side, so they can get a bit of time here. Pop the Flowberry, play together. But from the rain on above, Tidy is going to not let that slide. The pressure on second height is going to be strong.
Oh, they are going up this mountaintop. A lot of them out of builds, you know, working to sundown because Old Man Mountain is definitely going to take this toll eventually as Swizzy's just finding a way. He's trying to stay alive, but all those ticks, 3 ticks, 4 ticks is really going to be the end because he goes down. Top 4 position with finally everybody being alive and well as duos, but nope, spoke too soon. Rakazan tries to enter into the box of Nathan and CZB and immediately regrets it as the only duo that's safe from all this madness is Lance and Tidy.
Are you kidding me? Picking up one after another, almost 10 eliminations just for Tidy. They're going for 15, the Elim record of the day. From above now, the drop down comes in. The confidence is here. The aggression now. One shot needed to connect. It's all it's going to take. Cringe is the last player up, and Tidy does it. 10 eliminations, taking out Volko and taking game number 5.
That was 10 by himself. They had 15 eliminations as a team. That is complete and utter control over the game without even looking back. I think there was maybe 1 fight towards the high ground, maybe 2, and they weren't even involved with it. So with all that madness going down, slow and steady wins the race. They saw it was up for grabs as soon as the 2 teams dropped, and they just took it and never looked back.
You can see right here, Tidy was just playing a little aim training game, picking up one player after another, got 3 eliminations back to back to back, dropped down, finished the last one off as well. What a powerful way to end this game. I don't even want to know how many points they just claimed from this match.
Yeah, it was tough. As soon as I saw that zone move over towards that mountain, most of it going up in the beginning, and then somehow they got a blessing with going towards the side, but that just forced every single duo on the side of that mountain tunneling together. And then you talked about the pressure from above. It was over, but with 5 games done, we know the leaderboard is shaking up. We'll take a look after this quick commercial break.
welcome back to FNCS. And we only have one more game tonight in the qualifiers. And of course, it's all about who is going to get through to the upper bracket, because all of the duos you're seeing competing in this lobby have at least guaranteed themselves a lower bracket place. And there is so much to fight for, of course, because if you do get through to the upper bracket, which kicks off on the July 19th, then you will be in with a chance. Not next week. She's saying it right for once. She's just put a "the" in front of July. Then you get a shot at a golden ticket all the way through to the finals. Bear with me. We'll have much better explanations coming up during the actual semi-finals, because we need to talk about what happened there. Bear with me, boys. We are getting to Tidy and Lens, our 5th Victory Royale winners of the night. They looked so hot on the high ground, Levin.
Yeah, they did it in a style we've not seen anybody else do it, right? That, you know, they tied the Elim record. I mean, I think Takata said it, right? It looked like he was doing an aim trainer up on height. I mean, just looking down with that gold burst, it was nasty, some of the shots and some of the things we were seeing. I mean, yeah, they made it look pretty easy as well up there.
Yeah, 15 eliminations is absolutely insane. And I mean, they did what a lot of teams haven't been able to do so far today, which is get those refreshes up on height, make sure to drop down, get materials, keep on tarping their way through. And it made it really, really difficult for the lobby down below. Another thing to note, of course, look at this zone. Look at the difficulty for all the players that weren't playing height in this zone. The zone's pulling all the way up this hill for Cringe and Volko, for other players down there. It was an absolute nightmare for them. This is a no way up. And of course, for Tidy here, just able to close out the elimination. I thought he might have not gonna get it there and actually not get the 15, but they did in the end, and I'm happy for them to get a win there.
Yeah, it was great to see Cringe and Volko making it through to the final fight. Now, this is a duo that have definitely guaranteed themselves a spot in the upper bracket, because they had a smashing first week of the qualifiers. But for you, Levin, how does it feel to watch this particular duo? Because we've known them playing with other partners, but there's something about this duo that feels extra special.
I like duos like this when they come together, because I think in most cases you'd say both of these guys were considered like the better player from their old duos, right? So seeing them get to come together is always fun. We were talking about them earlier, right, when we saw them in one of the earlier games, Mini Miner behind the scenes, and we said, like, these guys are max passion, right? Like, when you hear the comms, like, you can tell these guys really care about the game. They're really passionate about Fortnite, and they're both really good.
They're both pretty decent at the game. Yeah, they're finding a lot of success. You know, I had a moment of sadness when my last season's favorite duo and last chapter's, or even this chapter's favorite duo, Volko Vortexes, did end up splitting. But I'm liking this duo right now. I'm liking the direction this is going. I was always a big fan of Volko in particular because of the way that he communicates, the way that he has passion for the game, and the same with Cringe. Whenever I'd watch Cringe and Noms play, their comms would all be Cringe. It would be Cringe giving the loud comms. Couldn't understand a word they're saying because I don't speak German, but you can just tell what they're saying is really, really succinct, but also really, really useful for each other, and excited that they're doing well.
Few things to pick apart. Mini Miner finally finding an excuse to talk about his beloved Volko and Vortexes, but also the comms being Cringe has just sent me. So let's take a look at the standings before I lose it. I really want to talk about the fact that it's silly season tonight in the qualifiers, because Silly Seb and Silly Emil are lighting up the leaderboard. Now, Seb is also known as Rule. So if you're confused by the duo names, that's hopefully solved things for you. But these guys are just not afraid of getting straight into the fights, Mini Miner. They're really shaking up the leaderboard today.
Yeah, they're not. Silly, Emil, Gunenborough, a team that we have looked at a lot today, and particularly when it comes down to the high plays. This is also a duo that need a first place finish today in order to actually qualify for the upper bracket. And I think that's what they're going to be having their eyes set on now for this last game. We see it on the leaderboard. They're sat in second place, of course, just been overthrown by Cringe and Volko, who had a fantastic game. Only, what is that, 24 points, 28 points away from that top spot. So they'll be wanting to have a really solid game. They'll be hoping that Cringe and Volko don't have a solid game in this last one.
Can we use this analyst desk segment as an excuse also to just look at probably my favorite thing that's happened this season so far, which is Swizzy and Baniak climbing a stairway to heaven, Levin?
Yes, I mean, those sort of rotations are always pretty funny. As a player, right, you know, in those situations, you're sort of like going, okay, well, would Tarp up and we'll just sort of like jump up on front side. Whoever's on height will build up from there. But sometimes, in a very rare occasion, Mini, you're like, hold on a minute, don't shoot us out, let's just keep ramping, you know? And you still get the same effect, because when you do get chopped here, you know, you pop your nitro and you can just land on height. Whoever's on height, you just land on them and fight them as they did here. And it's like, it is just really, really funny to see moments like this happen in high level games.
Yeah, it was a nice play there from iDrop as well, and Harris, who tried to do what you should do in that situation when a team does get chopped. Try and build up yourself, particularly if you are the highest position in the lobby. Swizzy ended up having a nice little solo clutch there in the end. What was that, 5th place for him there? So a duo that we know were already qualified through to the Global Championships. We know were already qualified through to the upper bracket. I think they might have just been trying some interesting strats that we might see from them when it comes to semi-finals. I think for that to be a little bit more effective, build out of something that's not wood and do more ramps than one, I think would be my advice to them then.
I think since Swizzy and Vaniac, they're allowed to experiment, they're allowed to have fun because they are firmly placed in the upper bracket for July 19th. And I can't wait to see them really challenge for high ground, because I think this is probably the best high ground duo that we've seen this season 11, or is that just a step too far, Skybridge too far?
You know, some people might agree with you. Some people would probably give it to Chapentini. I think I'd give it to Chapentini for the most part this season. But then again, they looked at their best when they could have an infinite bow that is mythic and explodes everything. So, you know, who knows now that things have changed. But they're in that mix for sure.
Yeah, I think when they're on height, they're good. I think when they're on height, they're one of the best teams at being on height. I think Chapentini, one of those teams that you can sort of bank on going for height more often than not.
It's going to be interesting as well, because we've got 3 weeks between now and the semi-final, so you never know, the Fists might be back into the fray. But we do know right now we only have one more game remaining on the qualifiers, so let's head over to Jacob and Takata to get the battle bus boarded.
It's time to lock in. Thank you, Frankie. Last match of the day. Look, we got some storylines that I want to follow, okay? Porusai and his duo partner, Snazy, currently in 9th place, and they need 11th place to qualify to the upper bracket. And just like Mini said, Seb and his duo partner in 2nd place now, which is great, but they need to finish 1st place if they want to make it to the upper bracket. So we got a lot of duos that are kind of on that borderline to qualifying for the upper bracket of semifinals. As a reminder, that upper bracket will give you a lot more opportunities to qualify directly to the grand final. So the battle bus is ready. Let's get into the last match of the day.
This is the final game of the day and the last chance to pick up points. I know me and you and even Alden, Prodigy Analytics, is making a list of who needs a good game here, no matter where you're at on the leaderboard. And it's series points leaderboard placings 51st through 55. Emil and Forzen, Demas, Serene, Prism, Casper Narchevich, and then Pablo and Bevies, and even include Giras and Chari in there. They all need decent games here today in the very last game if they want that upper bracket berth. They are so close. They just need to now get across that finish line.
And it can all come down to that early game contestation. We saw Red Line Rig being a popular drop. The whole southern side of the map incredibly contested. And for Haijo and Kaido, they are gliding right on in, trying to maximize the speed at which they get to their drop spot. You can see I was looking for them. QNDX Phantom as well. Looking like they have pretty even drops. QNDX Phantom are lower, so if they actually make it all the way, they might just be able to pick up a weapon quicker, but I don't know. I think QNDX wins the drop. It really just depends where these weapons spawn.
Yeah, what's the ground loot? It looks like he at least found something. Starts to fire off a couple shots. Really not finding any success so far. Phantom, he's able to get some good loot right here in terms of shields. It's all really up to him and QNDX, because on the other side, they got the slurp truck, but they used it just a little bit wrong. You see Haijo doesn't have full shields. That's forcing him to pop the cola a little early.
10th place right now for Haijo and Kaido. And it could all end with this one fight. Remember last time it took too long, the third party came through. So they have to have that in mind. If they want to fight this out, they need to finish it quickly. Quick replay of what happened. Cammy and Seti, both players taken out off spawn. All they needed though was top 35 to qualify to the upper bracket. Going into this match, they were already in that qualifying range in 15th, so They should be good to go, but here it is. QNDX Phantom now. Initial shots connecting, but no knocks yet.
He has to be careful, though. Get caught off guard. Both of them try to jump into the box. Exactly what they're trying to do on the other side. But QNDX has a last stand. Get to knock on the one. Fortunately, Phantom forced to reload, but his teammate is there. And they end that fight quick. Much quicker than in that last game when we saw the third party start to rotate in.
For 9 now. Looking to see what he can do to recuperate his HP. Della is incredibly healthy. As for 9's actually going to back up to a cactus. Quick refresh on some shields, then right back into the action. Ju is completely cracked here. No shields to work with. Asa now trying to cover for him, as he needs to connect a big shot here. Has to put in the work if he wants to come out on top in this battle. Della, one big shot away from getting knocked, but his Asa's cracked as well. Ju hidden in the cone. For 9 doesn't know. This could be huge. If he can land a shot here, Ju just has to take the right moment to strike, and he does it, but he only does 25 damage. 4 shield left on for 9, but Della has been knocked, so it's a 2 versus 1.
Hey, that's not only patience, but that's full trust in your teammate to run around scrambling in a 1v2 situation. And now this is where vital seconds, you're probably counting in your head. 1, 2, 3, up until you hit that 10 seconds when the revive is going to go off, and that's why they're knocking on the door. And he doesn't give up on the play, and Ju and Asa take him down. That's their 3rd elimination so far of this game.
Great way to finish off that engagement. I wasn't quite sure who was going to end up taking it, but bit of a back and forth to finish it off. We can see what a turnaround fadeaway shot from Asa. And for 9 just let it happen. He heard the wall getting broken, probably had like half a second left to pick up his duo partner and said, you know what? It is what it is. Giraz Chari now, 2 elims as well.
And their team, when you kind of look at the leaderboard and you're trying to figure out where they're at, they are definitely on pace, but Malibuka Mustache contested yet again, but it's going to be a trade. Turtle down, Mustache follows, but Malibuka with ease is able to get that elimination. So the continued battles at Red Line Rig, and this is why I said this is valuable practice for Malibuka and Mustache. If you think that just because you won a major, you're going to uncontested the POI every single time, I feel like you might have another thing coming. It's something that we saw in almost every season so far when it came to strong POIs.
Back to Cringe now and Volko. Cringe is getting a little stuck in his builds here. Can't read the newspaper for too long, Cringe. 20 HP left. As Volko's looking for another angle to see if he can save his duo partner. The shot comes through, and one player gets knocked out. His teammate was knocked down as well, actually. So it is going to be both eliminations for Cringe and Volko, maintaining that #1 spot. For Strokey going to get knocked, though. Teeny Chap now continuing as the aggressors.
It's a little unorthodox. Usually they make their way towards the forecast tower at this stage in the game, all the way from Nitro Drone. But they're figuring out, hey, if we want to take that first place spot, we might have to get a little bit aggressive as Teeny in the 1v1 against Roban. Make short work of him, and it was actually both of the eliminations he gets credit for as Fast Strokey falls as well.
Great way to close this off. You can see a little, like his outfit combo. Looks like he's in the wrong game mode. I'd see him in Fortnite Festival with that, but I mean, FNCS works too. Pablo, no duo partner up right now. Going to be forced to play a bit of the safe route here. Malibuka as well had to pick up Mustache in Red Line Rig, so I'm curious to see if he's deciding to do it in the POI, knowing that there are some solos and potentially duos surrounding him, or if he's going to kind of wait it out and take the safer route.
Yeah, I feel like it's just kind of just safe. Just wait it out. You may think it's kind of safe, but especially because of all the cactuses, the nitros, the amount of brick, and the nitro rings that you can gather on this side of the map, you do see a lot of teams stagger themselves out, whether they're in the zone or not. So Pablo's just making sure that it is clear as can be, and maybe even waiting to where he goes towards Brutal Beachhead, where there might be just a little bit more loot for when he does get bevies back into the game. It's just options, flexibility. That's what you have to have here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, good news. It's second zone. Just found another med kit. Little surprise, as now they have a lot of time. Another one I think I just saw. 4 med kits. Teeny now continuing non-stop action for this duo, looking for their 5th elimination. Is this a Yeah, it's a 2 versus 2. Both players are still up. The deal and Reason. All the opponents here, but you got to be careful. Chap and Teeny both going down to the hands of Adil and Reason.
Yeah, that's a nice little win right there for them. Because coming in today, they weren't safe. They were not safe in terms of an upper bracket. They needed a top 33 today to have that one solidified, but with one fight to the next, nothing slowing down, or at least not just yet. And it seems like so far in this game, Pleasant Piazza has been so busy, the in and surrounding lands, from one fight to the next, whether you landed there or not. That's Kavi and Yosei, that all the way from Brutal Beachhead, are now finding their way trying to fight. Might be low on Surge, especially with a lot of the disengages that have went on at that POI.
Trying to think what Reason's trying to do here. They're going to go group up now, lower on the build fight here. Meanwhile, Skavi is trying to kind of secure the elevated position, but is it really worth it? As it's kind of just a ticking clock right now, and they're not gaining too much from sitting up there. As they quickly realize, okay, let's do something a bit more efficient here. As we take a look at Seb, this is the duo that is fighting for first place in their qualification spot to the upper bracket of the semifinals. They have one elimination off the start, but they are at the corner of the map now, so they're gonna have to rotate back in. They have launch pads on the surrounding mountains here, so they do have rotates in if they combine the Flowberry Fizz. But I believe that Cringe and Volko have been doing quite well this match, so it's gonna be difficult for them to take that #1 spot.
I won't lie, watching them kind of rotate in. When they found that med kit at the bottom, I was just a sigh of relief, even for me, especially with how well games been going. They win that fight, and then they go down to the Storm. That would have been the worst thing to possibly happen. But luckily, they not only find the med kit, they have the launch pad and the Fizz that you were talking about. As they tune back into Pablo. More than enough med kits. He does have the Cola, which he's going to use rather quickly because he'd rather have the Flowberry Fizz. There's a huge strength to that once he gets his teammate back. He's trying to shield them both. So he's just right now playing patient, not trying to make any big risky moves, at least not until he gets his teammate back.
Nate and Slovey looking like they're on the pursuit. I don't think this pursuit's gonna last too much longer. As just one more shot is needed to connect. I'm not even sure if they're gonna be the ones that get this elimination. Heading in the box. What do you do here, Jacob?
You go. He's a
How
solo.
do you win this 2v1?
He just goes straight in, head first, like a magnet on a fridge. They just stuck the magnet on the fridge, put his report card right there with it. It's like your only real option, because if you look at the surrounding lands, if they continue to chase, if he ran towards Reckless Railways, it just becomes a riskier and riskier elimination. If you go towards the north, you can kind of follow him. So you just kind of want to end it as quick as possible, because he was missing a huge chunk of HP as well. This is what I'm worried
Back
about.
at. Yeah.
Seb's down.
Why do I only see one? Why do I only see one player, Jacob? It's scaring me a little bit.
It was Seb was taken down somewhere. I assume, my biggest assumption is because Emil stopped to use the med kit when Seb kept moving up the side of that mountain, right? So he used the launch pad, probably got taken down on the way there. Emil had no choice, use the launch pad, go back to where we started, and let's try this again.
Round 2. At least they have one. You can see Cringe and Volkor are still up and strong at 204 points. You can see that as the cutoff right now, but it's going to increase greatly, especially if they're able to make it to the late game. And it looks like this is going to be a hard match to come back from. I mean, still being in the zone, now forced to kind of scavenge what you can in terms of loot, materials, consumables, everything you really need to play out this mid game. I don't think they even have too much damage. I mean, one elimination's all right, but with how strong Storm Surge has been. I mean, to be fair, 55 players up. It is lower than the previous matches. This game's definitely more aggressive overall, so it might not even be too much of a factor. So hopefully that could be enough to get them a solid end game.
Yeah, that's actually a good point to kind of note at, because at 55 right now, Storm Surge wouldn't activate until the next zone, Zone 6, where it needs to get down to just 50 people and 5 players going down, which means there could be a lot of stalemates, a lot of patience for players trying to out-heal it, but Prism, his duo, gets caught off guard. Casper, he goes down to QNDX and Phantom here in this last game. It just kind of leaves it all for nothing, but There's a couple reboot vans over here in this direction. If he can get the luck, then maybe the zone pulls away from Reckless Railways. Everybody having to rotate out. That's going to be his biggest opportunity for Hope.
Asper thought he was a ghost that couldn't be found, but unfortunately, QNDX and Phantom did catch him slacking a little bit there. Now Prism might be wondering, do they know that's where his duo is? As now it's a solo. However, with the amount of players you can see in the surrounding area, it might not even be worth it to fight a solo, especially with full HP. It's just going to cause the focus to be on you. Going to use a lot of shields, a lot of mats. Just take the W from the loot you got from that solo. And kind of wait it out here, especially like we said, Surge most likely won't be much of an issue, so the waiting game kind of begins in this area as the clock keeps ticking.
Yeah, and you see everybody now making their way. Reckless Railways getting just more and more crowded each second that does pass. It's one of the few safe spots in towards the zone. It's Cridge and Valko. They have very, very uncontested spot of the map. The biggest contest is going to be on top of Rift Island, and that's why they're just hunting for shots in some of these bushes. Hopefully they're not low on Surge, because with there being very few people on that outside, they're not going to just easily get it. They're going to have to go on the hunt as Frozzy ends up in the same box as Nate. Takes him down. 2 great shots with the Gatekeeper, but they're still knocking on the door. That slow Vay is trying to get revenge, but luckily for Frozzy, he does have a duo there to alleviate the pressure and get that second elimination for the squad wipe.
Nice way to finish it off. The battle for the Rift Island came to a nice close for Starkus and Frozzy. As now they kind of get a bit more freedom on deciding how they want to play out the rest of this match.
This is where it does get a little tricky. You got everything you came for on top of Rift Island. You could farm up some materials, but it really all depends on where you're at the leaderboard and what you need to finish in order to get that upper bracket. That kind of dictates a lot of the rotations. Probably rotating parallel to Jew. It does look like they probably all spotted this loot on the other side. That's a good amount of loot. That is a good find right there. You get that Mythic AR, deal a lot of damage. Wasn't sure if he actually picked up the medallion or not, but either way, this is still a big win.
Not bad at all. I mean, I'll take that any day of the week. Let's see how it actually came to be here. Shot from the bush. 2 clean connections. Patience was key there. Not panicking and just taking some nicely calculated shots. And just like that, Pablo's going to be semi-back. He has to find a way to bring his duo into the game. But with Ju close by, it's going to be hard to use the reboot van. Good news is 3 med kits. So he can play the Storm a little bit if he finds the opportunity.
Yeah, we were kind of hinting at Storm Surge. You know, at one point there was 55 alive, only 5 needed to go down. Now it's about 51. This lobby continued to thin out just a little bit early in 1v1. Pablo versus Ju. Nice shot to be fired, but he gets dropped right back into the box. He's hot on the heels. Doesn't want to let this one go to waste. And Ju has still figured out a way to find some elevation, create some distance. Shots coming in now from the distance. Another one gonna be landed by Pablo. I'm surprised he didn't get the elimination, but just 1 HP. Ju is literally surviving on a thread right now. Luckily for him, he is able to pop the cola, get some of the HP back up along with that shields. He has to still be careful. Even though they're not far from the zone, they are gonna have to rotate in that direction.
That's so unfortunate for Pablo. He was just a sliver of HP away from getting that elimination, and now Ju is all the way back up to almost full HP and shield. Both players in zone into an even match once again, but with that 93 shot connected, the advantage is back to Pablo, but he's got to be careful. One slip up is all it takes. Drop to 37 HP, no shield to work with anymore. As he has to choose, does he play slow? Ju has 1 bandage left, and I think he's going to have to play aggressive.
Either that or just completely disengage. And he has to go quick right now because you keep talking about time is ticking. Nitro splashes out. Yeah, he has to make a run for it, but instead he's just trying to run into the box. He doesn't want to run away because he knows zone after zone, he's going to be on the run every single second of the rest of this game. And finally, time runs out. Ju goes down, and Pablo's going to be able to get that, and he gets the medallion along with it. We saw him grab the Mythic AR at first, and now he gets the whole package.
Yeah, I don't think he even had maybe he had time to make it to zone, but it was cutting it close, to be fair. Swizzy Vanyak. Wow, look at that loadout. Shields, HP, loot, everything you need to close it out. Even the champion, the Axe of Champions, getting put to good use. I'm excited to see how this one closes out. Another sky base, potentially. Could we see it happen? Ming was talking about it. Said they should build it out of metal. I don't know. I kind of like the wooden sky bases. It worked out somehow.
Just need to figure out where Malibu and Mustache got all the mats in that one game, and then that's what you use to build your sky base. They already were halfway there as a far pull comes in away from Rift Island yet again towards the south. Everybody that thought they had that safety of the north is going to have to go on foot. And it's Emil and Seb, 392 damage above the threshold. Very little contention on their way to zone. It's where they get towards that edge is where they're going to start finding a little bit of players boxed up, trying to gatekeep their way out. But still, they find that positioning with ease, or at least in this zone.
A lot of duos close by. Looks like they're back in the game. They had a bit of a rough start. Forced to kind of crawl into zone. But it looks like Seb and his duo partner have made it. So they're looking healthy once again. And they need to think of a way to close this out in first place. I'm thinking maybe it really just depends on how good Volko and Cringe end up doing in this match. Pablo left as a solo though. 824 damage above. The aggression might have just paid off, but the journey's just beginning.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that he gets another far pull here in this lobby. So all that great positioning he's been doing as a solo is really going to be contested here yet again. That's Blurfire, Braxel right above. And as soon as they spot him out as a solo, it's going to get tough. So I almost feel like Pablo is now just stuck, waiting at the mercy of that team above him. They have to rotate first. That's when he's going to feel a little bit comfortable. Otherwise, it's going to be a risk because, look, there's nobody. There's nobody in the minimap. So this would have been a fully isolated 2v1.
Yeah, the distance they have to go as well to make it the zone. Good news is there's so much kind of buildings and environmental coverage you can use that I don't think it's going to be too difficult to actually make it into zone without losing too much shield.
Yeah, there's really
directed here.
Nobody in his path. And the few people that are do seem like they're a little distracted, spotting around the lobby. Maybe there's some covers in their line of paths. So Pablo, once again, gets blessed with an easy rotation. But that just goes to show that you don't always have to be quick. You don't always have to be the fastest. Because right there, he was just patient. He waited until the last moment, and then he went.
We can see there, Volko, Cringe are right beside Seb. Both the first and second teams of the day could potentially go head-to-head. But you know they're going to want to play safe here. They have enough damage. They have enough loot. It's time to just outlive your opponents. Heroes Chari, though, they might need a bit of damage, and they're aggressing on the current #1 duo.
Yeah, this could be their tournament on the line. They started in 27th place. They needed at least a 25th for Garrison Chari. And going down to Storm Surge, you don't want to have happen in that situation. You want to at least say you went down fighting every step of the way. And what a way to find that elimination. They break into the box. They're able to get a knock, but the result is still the same. But no, Kenty and Rormik, they sneak away the elimination. And depending where Gearys and Chari have ended, because they did get some placement points, they might be stuck at the lower bracket. For them, they just gotta watch and wait.
What have they done? Could this be the opportunity, the opening for Seb and Emil to close this match out? First place is what they need to qualify to the upper bracket. Second place won't even do it for them. They need to finish first.
So basically all or nothing, and hey, may not be the best odds, but it really shows what you're made of as a player when everything, your pressure is on. To try to have a good performance here, but at least they have that lower bracket secured. Nobody wants to go through one of the hardest roads to get there, starting in lower bracket round 1, having to get top placement after top placement after top placement just to have a chance at the grand finals. As their rotation is on, they immediately get shielded. It is gone just like that. But luckily for them, they found a place to stagger and try to get healthy.
Volko and Cringe ended at 214 points. That is the current cutoff for first place. Emil and Seb cannot go down here if they want to qualify to the upper bracket. Just 14 HP left with 4 floppers in the inventory. Quick recuperation of HP. Swizzy, though, is going to be the aggressor. One shot is all it takes to connect here, but the pressure from the backside is making it difficult as Emil now has a bit of time to heal up, a bit of time to recuperate, and potentially claim that #1 spot.
Hey, if we're watching here after today and they get into the upper brackets, it's moments like this for Seb and Emil, surviving the onslaught from Swizzy and Vanyak. And remember, they had Nitro splashes. They had the Nitro medallion as well. They were just getting rejected because of those nerfs. You saw them bouncing off of the wall like they were playing handball in school. So it's interesting to see if they can continue to survive down low, because Swizzy and Vanyak are ready to get those eliminations at a moment's notice. But from smooth sailing in the clouds, Vidil, Reason, they're looking down. They needed the bare minimum here, top 33 to get their upper bracket. They're well within that range, and now with their eyes on the prize, if they solidify that game, they will have it secured.
So many Titanic duos beside each other on this rotate. Swizzy and Vanyak looking for opportunities to take shots here. Seb right below them, getting closer and closer to that 214 points that they so desperately need. With 255 above, they're gonna play edge here.
Yeah, it's really almost anybody's game that's kind of inside of that top 5, top 10 situation. Seb and Emil, they don't need this to have just a good day. They need this for the upper bracket. There's 306 above the damage threshold, but their materials, their lack of resources and heals, that is what scares me the most.
A refresh is what they so desperately need right now, but Swizzy and Vanyak might be the duo going for one. It's Podesai that's on the receiving end. Nitro right into the box, unable to connect the shot yet, though, as it gets more and more risky. Swizzy's been cracked, just 71 HP to work with, but he has the heals to recuperate it.
Yeah, bit off just a little bit more than he can chew, going for that last elimination, but Emil is down, Seb by himself, and he is almost 20 points shy of getting that first place in which he needs so much. Nitro splash being popped, no build, but he re-finds his old home. On the other side, he sees somebody right now trying to heal. He gets the edit. First shot's gonna get fired, unable to get the elimination. That would have been a big elimination and refresh for Seb to stay alive.
A refresh is crucial here. He needs that impact elimination. There's no other option to get 214 points. But with so many duos and shots coming from every angle possible, he's not getting a lot of openings, not a lot of opportunities. But how is Seb still up? 202. So close, but so far. Seb goes down to 206 points, and the game continues.
Yeah, the only can save him now is the implications of the rest of the leaderboard. Who places above, who places below is Chicho. He's trying to go all the way down low in the mud. He knows without the materials to hold on, if anybody breaks in the box, this is going to be his safest bet, especially now that he has the big pop popped off. That gives him much more of a fighting chance. As Podesai goes down. They get down in top 11, though. I'm not sure if their placement points will hold.
They have to hold on. They need 11 to qualify to the upper bracket, but Chicho goes down. Vidil and Reason now, a duo in the low ground, looking strong. If they can continue to play this out, the high ground team is also looking healthy, but they have to take out the solos.
They need a top 33, and they've done more than just that. They have their upper bracket spot secured, but now it's about making a statement as they take down Blurfire, send him back to the lobby. Not really able to grab the loot, though, as the zone now pulls back.
We've been waiting for this. Thomas HD and Queasy, they've had a rough start to today's qualifier, but if they're able to finish strong, it could be more than enough to bump them up the leaderboard. It looks like they should be able to make their upper bracket here, but Vidil and Reason are still popping off on low.
Yeah, no one could really take them out. No one could really fight hand in hand against them. Thomas, Queasy, they don't want to do it either. They set their eyes above. Better late than never to go for the high ground, but the gentle mates are not going to back down, and they're not going to be gentle. Down goes Thomas. Queasy, Timber, everything comes crashing down momentarily before he gets that elimination and goes down himself.
Phantom now looking to battle height, but he's quickly going to run out of materials. Medkit going to be popped. He has 3, but he's forced to cancel it as the pressure from above is too much. Now, looking back in zone, how many medkits can you pick up here? It's 5 medkits. Will the heal off be enough?
They have more than enough on the high ground. You see them passing around extras, but the medkit goes low. Somebody else can try to scrape that away. His Reason, Vidil, they're still fighting for whatever they can. They have no HP, so they have to follow the zone. It's not necessarily in their hands, especially with just a sliver of HP. They have seconds when the zone closes to try to make a play, but it's going to be a trade. Now Vidil by himself, and Frozzy, he saw the medkits. We know he had more than enough. A big clutch when it matters most with 9 eliminations.
What a way to look back into the zone, find the medkits, find the heals, and find everything you need to close out the match. They were in 11th place going into this final game of the day, and Frozzy and Starkist finish it off strong with not only a victory royale, but with a good amount of eliminations as well.
Yeah, it's just now it just really comes down to mathematics, the calculations. Did those players going into the game 5 that were inside of the bubble hold on to their spot? Did anybody that had that final shot? I know I listed about 5 names to start the game of who really could make this game count. And these are the moments that really matter most. These guys went from high ground to low ground, all around, grabbing all the med kits, and even really to fight the disruption. And it comes down to a heal off. A heal off at the very end. That is what you call almost a photo finish.
I couldn't ask for a better way to finish it off. You said it yourself. I'm trying to do the math in my head right now. I'm okay. Podosai needs a top 11. 70 to first place. There was so many duos that were just fighting their way to the upper bracket. And the only way to figure out the way on if they've qualified or not is checking out that leaderboard. So let's head right on over to the desk. Frankie, Levin, Mini, tell me what you guys are cooking.
Thank you so much. I mean, we're cooking some calculations over here as well, boys. Although I have to say, you know, that ending in a heel-off might have sounded undramatic. However, if you think about the way that iFrozzy and Rakuzan got there with 9 eliminations, you just have to hand it to them. These are a couple of boys who went in on the semi-finals, and obviously they've already made it there. But will they make it all the way to the grand finals? Looking at that performance, Levin, are you excited about this duo?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty to be excited about. Of course, seeing them pick up their win was nice, finally, right? We've seen them get close to quite a few times over the past couple of weekends, but, I mean, they did it in some style, man. We've not seen many people using that hand cannon as well as we saw Rakuzan do it today, so that was definitely one of the highlights of this endgame.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I was looking at these guys. I was like, I'm not too familiar with these guys, and I want to have a look at their socials. Both of them combined, they have around 600, 700 followers between them on their social media accounts. So I think this could be a little underrated team right now that we're looking at, because they made finals before as well. Now they're in this finals, already in upper bracket. Excited to see what they can do when it comes to the future of the season.
Yeah. It was also quite nice to see Phantom and QNDX, our Middle East duo, make it to the end game as well. So hopefully we'll see them popping off in the lower bracket. Now they've got a taste for the European action. But you know what? I keep coming back to another duo every single game because they're endlessly entertaining. It is the Silly Boys. I believe we got some more highlights from Emil and Seb. I'm sorry, if you change your name, then I'm calling you by the name you changed it to. So it's forever going to be Sebi to me rather than... I'm not Danish, so I can't say. Gru, it sounds Danish.
Guden and Forsen.
There we go, Levin, take it away. They're Swedish, sorry.
No problem. I'm sure you've offended all of Scandinavia there, but we'll move past that quite quickly. Look, Gruden and Forza, man, I mean, 2 players who, again, have experience playing in EU. Both of them sort of have been in and about here today. And so to see them actually finding some sort of consistency in a lobby where a lot of people struggle to find consistency, I feel like a lot of people struggle to find their feet. So it was good to see them consistently making end games, but it's about making those end games more impactful, right? Making more out of those games, because as the season progresses, the lobbies only get harder from here in FNCS.
Yeah, that's the big question mark for those guys. I mean, I'm looking at their placements: 8th place, 11th place, 11th place, 6th, 25th, and 12th. So it seems like they're getting towards that end game. They're getting there really well. Maybe in that 25th, it was a little bit of a storm surge issue, but it's just getting into that maybe top 3, top 2. That's where they need to improve. So hopefully they can carry that into the semi-finals.
And they've shown they're not afraid of a fight tonight. But let's take a look at the standings, because that will give us an idea of who has made it towards the upper bracket. We can't confirm the exact lobbies for July 19th. You will have to keep an eye out on the Fortnite competitive socials for that information. So that will be revealed shortly, I am sure. But there you can see, after that epic victory royale with those 9 eliminations, Rakuzan and iFrozzy have actually taken the top spot in the qualifier, which, to be honest, is kind of taking me by surprise, Mini-Minder. But Cringe and Volker being up there, that has not.
Yeah, not at all. Cringe and Volker, of course, having a really, really solid day right up until that very last game, going down in 24th with only 3 eliminations. They won't mind, though, of course. It doesn't have too much of a significance for their entire season. They'll be in the upper bracket. They'll be happy. Badil and Reason as well, likewise, they're going to be happy in that upper bracket. Really, we haven't seen too much from these guys in general, I feel like, but it's nice to see them actually popping off here in that last game, in their best game of the day.
I mean, how can you not be a fan of Badil and Reason, man? Like, last season, so many people were like, I wonder how Video and Reason gonna do, man. I mean, Video ain't been grinding the game enough. That's always been a narrative that's been, common with these guys. They go and get 4th place, right? Like, this is another example of a team, and there's a couple of them, right? I feel like we start to put Queasy and Thomas in that category, but Video and Reason are in that category where it's like, you almost just forget all the noise from before. As long as they make it to grand finals, more often than not, you can expect them to put in an absolutely incredible performance, and that's just what Video and Reason do. So glad we're going to get to see them at global championships, and so hopefully they can keep on giving us some good performances like they did here in some of the games today.
It'd be nice to see the return of Swizzy and Vaniak, I guess, going serious mode, should we say, as well? Because I feel like this week it's been highlight after highlight, but maybe for some unconventional moments as well as the good ones we're seeing on screen right now.
Yeah.
11. Well, many
they're already qualified to upper bracket. They had a solid week last week. I mean, now finding themselves inside of that top 6, it's good for this team. I like to see these guys doing well. It's nice to see them trying different strategies. But yeah, as you mentioned, Frankie, I don't think they're necessarily pulling out all of their most secret strats for this week 2 qualifier semi-final, or final, I should say.
It is going to be really cool to see them on top form. I keep saying it now because I just want you guys to lock it in your diary.
When is it?
July 19th. 3 days we've got for you of the semi-finals, the upper bracket and the lower bracket. You can see now our second page of standings. Sky and Scroll falling down out of the top 10, but an impressive performance nonetheless from the 11.
Yeah, I mean, again, started off a bit hot, cooled off as the day goes by, but I think we saw that from a couple of teams, so nothing too much for me to worry about there when it comes to them. I think all the things we said earlier still hold true of them being 2 names you want to watch out for moving forward.
And Seti and Cammy, can I just jump in as well and just say that they did have an early exit in that last game. However, they did tweet that, we got 705 points, so we're confident that we are in the upper bracket. And knowing Cammy and Seti, they just logged off and went to the cinema, Mini.
Seems to be the running theme with Seti in particular. But yeah, a little bit of concern for me today. The fact they were contested, they didn't have a great time at their drop spot. Of course, the other team that's contesting them did have a decent amount of times where they were actually looking like the stronger team at that drop spot. I don't think I'm too concerned when it comes to these guys in grand finals. I think they'll make it there. It's just a case of how are they going to cope when it maybe is a more experienced team that might be contesting them there.
I mean, I agree. We said at the start of the day, Cammy and Seti contested or spawn, sometimes things just don't go their way and it starts to look a bit shaky. And to be fair, at the start of the day, things looked good. They were consistent. It looked nice. But then back in the games, it went off the rails a bit. So hopefully they can, start to figure things out off Sport to give them the edge over some of those teams that will try and contest them.
Well, we have got 3 weeks to wait, and it's going to feel like a long 3 weeks because I'm so excited for the semi-finals. We only have 3 majors this year, guys, before Globals, and we're in the 3rd one. So all of our duos have got to bring their best game to the island in those semi-finals if they want to crack at the finals, and therefore a ticket, the chance to fly to Fort Worth, Texas and compete for the biggest prize in Fortnite. Levin, you feeling excited?
Oh man, get me to semi-finals. Qualifiers is all good and fun, but get me to the semis, then to the finals. I swear the real fun stuff happens in FNCS.
Yeah, Minnie?
I have one question. When are the semi-finals? I feel like we haven't mentioned it.
Well, I can tell you that it is the 19th of July. Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. Lock yourselves in, boys. You've got to mark the calendar for Friday afternoon if you want to check out all the European action. Obviously, we do have North America coming up on this very channel in just a couple of hours' time. I'm hearing some guy called Venno is taking North America by storm. He's new to the region. You should check him out with our friends Pivot, Kelly, and of course Zeke on the analyst desk. So do hang around for that one. But for now, from us in Europe, please sound that horn.